John Carpenter slams Oscar-winning The Substance, calling it a complete zero.
Virginia Giuffre omits former PM's name in memoir, citing safety concerns. When truth wears a muzzle, it's not just the silence that's deafening. It's the echo of power protecting its own, with threats instead of justice.
Adam Scott's daughter chooses stepbrother's costume for Halloween, nails the nostalgia. When your kid turns a comedy classic into a family tradition, it's a reminder that some jokes never die, they just get passed down.
Canonical embraces Rust for core utilities, promises safer Ubuntu. Swapping out the engine mid-flight, they're betting on Rust to save us from crashing into a sea of memory leaks.
Lenskart Solutions announces $821 million IPO, calls it a vision for India's future. In a world where eyewear is the new Bitcoin, investors are squinting to see if the bubble will pop or just fog up.
Doja Synth drops new single Walk the Glass and calls it revolutionary. When every artist claims a revolution, the only real change is in the playlist, not the airwaves, but hey, at least it's catchy.
Serbian government commemorates train disaster anniversary, while safety reforms remain off track. As thousands gather to remember, it's a poignant reminder that promises of change are often derailed by political inertia and red tape.
Tanzania president sworn in after election marred by violence. When 98% of the vote screams landslide, it's hard to hear the cries of those who weren't exactly invited to the victory party.
Justin Timberlake allegedly disrespects Britney Spears, Kathy Griffin spills the tea. In the land of pop royalty, it seems chivalry's a forgotten track, with Timberlake's respect hitting as many wrong notes as his last album.
US plans strike on OPEC producer Venezuela, oil prices climb. Nothing like the smell of rising oil prices to remind us that geopolitical chess often sacrifices pawns for the king's ransom.
Aura Inc. launches at $500, promises newsprint-style realism. Paying a small fortune to avoid screens seems like trading one addiction for another, but at least it's an aesthetic upgrade.
Charity claims immigration fears are manufactured panic. Poll shows only 26% care locally. Turns out, when real issues knock at the door, immigration hysteria takes a backseat to potholes and public transport woes.
Transparency, overrated. Just don't mention the party hats in the break room
Music industry cranks nostalgia, charges for recycled beats. In a world of endless remixes, the only thing getting a facelift is your wallet, as originality takes a back seat to profit.
Retailers slash prices still make billions from discounts.
Scientists capture wasp 18B's heat map, call it groundbreaking. While we marvel at distant fiery giants, our own planet smoulders under the weight of ignored climate reports and fossil fuel addiction.
New tariffs slam truck parts with 25%, bus makers tax 10. As tariffs choke the supply chain, expect more gridlock and fewer smiles on the morning commute than on a Monday without coffee.
Eurozone inflation eases near 2%, ECB celebrates stagnation. With inflation stuck above target, the ECB strategy seems to be wait and see, which is also how I approach my laundry.
China's factory output plummets, stimulus demanded despite U.S. trade peace. When the economic engine stalls, even a truce can't fix the oil leak. It's like putting a band-aid on a sinking ship.
Billie Eilish donates $11.5 million to charity, shames billionaires into action. When a 20-something pop star outpaces the world's wealthiest in generosity, it's a stark reminder that empathy isn't a line item on their spreadsheets.
South Park skewers Pam Bondi as Trump's brown-noser lampoons loyalty. When animated satire captures real-life sycophancy better than the news, maybe it's time to question who's really running the circus.
Fosse Tunes releases Back to the River as melodic soft EDM drowns in cliches. When your track sounds like it was composed by a committee of corporate algorithms, you might want to rethink your artistic direction.
Allium drops Bigonize in 2025, pretends it's revolutionary. When every beat feels like a recycled echo from 2010, you might be better off letting those eyes stay gone.
British police report 10 stabbed on train, 9 fighting for life, and 1 train ticket still not refunded. When a train ride turns into a slasher flick, maybe it's time to question fast societies that are running on the wrong track.
California voters decide on new district maps, but political lines are still as crooked as a politician's promise. When democracy's borders shift like quicksand, you know the only thing stable is the politician's ability to dodge accountability.
ASD warns of BDND attacks exploiting Cisco flaw, claims vigilance. When cyber threats have names like Bia Degandi, it's hard to take them seriously until they devour your network like a kid on Halloween.
San Francisco's new mayor promises change, homelessness rises. Another politician pledging to fix what they can't afford to even understand. Because when in doubt, just blame the robots and call it a day.
Drake faces second lawsuit over fake casino. When your social casino is more social, you can
Judge orders Trump administration to pay SNAP benefits with emergency funds.
Ford to invest $370 million in India, snubbing Trump's local manufacturing mantra.
Only 5% of ICE impersonators get caught, and the real ICE calls it a win. When fake agents are just as effective as the real ones, maybe it's time to rethink the whole fear and intimidation business model.
When the remixes outshine the originals, it's like watching sequels that make the prequels look like blooper reels.
JP Morgan exposed Epstein's Wall Street ties, then called it corporate responsibility. When your moral compass is set to profit, even exposing a monster becomes just another PR opportunity.
Men pose as ICE agents, assault women, and justice remains elusive.
Eminem releases explicit monster anthem, charges listeners their sanity. When the real monsters hide behind catchy choruses, it's a mad world where melody meets mayhem and nobody's safe.
Cuomo captures 60% of Jewish vote, calls it a mitzvah. When politicians treat communities like voting blocks, it's less about faith and more about the art of the deal.
India clinches Women's Cricket World Cup, triumphs over South Africa by 52 runs.
Next up, a presidential AOL account and a return to dial-up diplomacy. Welcome to the cutting edge of 2005.
EU car makers brace for shutdowns, blame chip war with China. When your car's brain is held hostage by geopolitics, even your GPS can't find a way out. Welcome to the future, where wheels meet walls.
France and Greece unveil frigates Emeril, Ronarhach, and Kimon, promising multi-role capabilities. When your diplomacy fails, nothing says, "Let's talk," like a shiny new warship, because who needs dialogue when you have firepower?
White House claims China to resume metals exports 3 months after trade truce. When the White House plays peekaboo with trade, it's all fun and games until your tech dreams crash into a galleon war.
Because nothing captures the spooky spirit like a deep dive into your own psyche, where the real ghosts are your unresolved issues.
Microsoft Update makes closing task managers spawn more task managers, calls it an enhancement. Nothing says efficiency like multiplying the problem you're trying to solve. It's like trying to put out a fire with a flamethrower.
Tennessee man jailed for a month, charges dropped over Trump meme. Turns out free speech is only free if it doesn't offend the thin-skinned or the powerful, proving irony is alive and well in the land of the free.
When the youth are making headlines for their charges instead of their choices, society's got some serious explaining to do.
When bureaucracy mistakes patriotism for paperwork, even those who served can find themselves caught in a system that treats liberty like a clerical error.
Tanzania's government denies responsibility after 700 die in post-election protests, blames opposition chaos. When accountability is the ghost in the room, it's the people who pay the toll in blood.
NASA dismisses Kardashian's moon landing denial, insists history can't be photoshopped. When reality TV meets reality, space remains the one place untouched by scripted drama, at least for now.
IDF's top legal officer goes missing amid leak probe fears. When the enforcers of the rules become suspects themselves, it's a grim reminder that even the guardians of justice can be swallowed by the shadows they chase.
Turns out, not every green leaf is a miracle cure. Sometimes it's just another shade of the same haze.
Promises are like mirages in the desert, captivating from afar, but dry and empty up close.
China lifts rare earth restrictions, White House claims victory. When the world's supplier of essential minerals decides to play nice, it's like a landlord offering rent relief, temporary, strategic, and never out of kindness.
SpaceX launches surpassed shuttle total, yet the sky still full of space junk. Rockets are the new fast food, served up quickly, consumed in seconds, and leaving behind a mess for the rest of us.
Dodgers win World Series. Game 7 delivers explosive finale. A victory parade that's less about baseball and more about reminding us that sports still offer the illusion of a happy ending in a chaotic world.
Germany boosts military spending by billions, claiming it's for peace. Nothing says we come in peace like a parade of tanks and a budget big enough to buy a small galaxy.
Jerome Powell warns AI hiring is an apocalypse with job creation near zero. Looks like our future workforce might just be a room full of servers, while humans perfect the art of existential dread.
DRC opens half its forests to oil drilling, then calls it progress. When the gorillas start trading stocks and wearing suits, maybe they'll thank us for the opportunity to evolve in the boardrooms of extinction.
OPEC slides plans to pause output hikes in 2026. Oil prices climb today. Because nothing says long-term strategy like a temporary pause to keep the planet simmering just right.
Aqua Bounty's Aqua Advantage salmon, approved for consumption, genetically engineered to swim onto your plate. Because who doesn't want their dinner spliced with a side of corporate ambition and a dash of scientific hubris?
Malaysian rapper Namui, charged with drug use, then pleads innocence. The real crime is expecting sober artistry in a world where the line between reality and satire is as blurred as the drug tests.
Only 20% of options traders predict S&P 500 growth, and Wall Street calls it stability. When your best investment strategy is hold your breath and hope, maybe it's time to reassess the American dream.
Only 30% of scientists feel safe in their jobs, and the Ministry of Truth calls it freedom.
When facts become casualties in the war of words, expect the smartest minds to stage their own revolution by simply leaving.
Affinity merges apps and emphasizes AI features free until further notice. It's the classic bait and switch. Lure users in with freebies, then watch them pay through the nose when AI starts demanding its cut.
PIMCO bets big on Aussie bonds despite Reserve Bank's poker face on rate cuts. When financial giants gamble with economies, it's the everyday folks who end up footing the bill while the house always wins.
Italy plans nuclear carrier for 6th-gen fighters, world's first. Just what the planet needs, a floating testament to military might, all while the ice caps melt and we can't even afford decent health care.
Big tech earnings expose AI spending cracks, but they still promise it's the future. When innovation's just a buzzword to inflate stock prices, it's hard to tell if we're funding progress or just padding execs' golden parachutes.
Guyana arrests opposition leader after extradition request, but democracy's still supposed to be thriving. When political foes become fugitives, you start to wonder if the real crime is challenging power. Who needs elections when you've got handcuffs?
Three Alabama Republicans fumble aid Democrats' victory. When your party's strategy is a self-inflicted wound, it's no wonder the opposition looks like a tactical genius by default.
Libanovo launches motorized office chair at $848, solves problem no one had. Why walk to the printer when you can glide there in style? Because
when gerrymandering is your superpower, even the most creative mapmakers can't draw their way out of a political labyrinth.
California sues Trump administration over election interference, calls it protection of democracy. Like watching a toddler try to steal cookies, but these cookies are votes, and the toddler is armed with executive orders.
J.D. Vance insists on converting his Hindu wife to Christianity, calls it a family value.
Sora charges more for extra AI videos. Innovation meets greed. In the age of paying for pixels, creativity comes with a price tag and originality is sold by the minute.
A 61-year-old man jailed over Trump meme repost released after a month. In 2025, sharing memes can make you a political prisoner. Free speech is now a luxury, not a right. If your bandmates never need sleep, they might be AI. Renew the Blues could be generated by Silicon Souls.
The Brooders release Dancing in the Streets, and nostalgia dances with irony. In an era where streets are empty, the music video offers a bittersweet reminder of when public space was a shared stage.
Apparently, the only thing trickling down is Amazon's stock value, while warehouse workers are left waiting for their piece of the pie.
South Yorkshire police officer jailed for blackmailing suspect, but justice is still on holiday. When the enforcers of the law moonlight as criminals, it's a wonder anyone still believes in the system.
In a theater of rising costs, O'Brien's volume eclipsed the budget debate, proving once again that the loudest voices often add the least value.
Meta bans AI-generated art from platform, but profit from AI ads. When the same company that sells you the tools to create suddenly decides your creations aren't welcome, it's an AI age paradox.
Bandcamp promotes indie artists but pays pennies per stream. It's like offering a stage to musicians only to hand them a tin cup for donations at the exit.
Iran's president vows to rebuild nuclear facilities, ignoring global tensions. In a world craving peace, Tehran's nuclear ambitions mirror a rebellious teenager, daring the neighbors with fireworks while everyone else just wants a quiet night in.
Georgian court frees pregnant UK teen, but only after a media storm. Apparently justice is best served when the spotlight's brighter than the bars.
Unlicensed weight loss pill. Molecule hooks Russian teens, then wrecks their health. When TikTok serves up diet culture with a side of danger, it's no wonder users are losing more than just pounds.
Students protest Erdogan's poster in schools, sparking controversy. When education becomes propaganda, students start taking lessons in civil disobedience, teaching the grown-ups a thing or two about real leadership.
Only 20% of pop fans admit loving Demi Lovato's Give Your Heart a Break, and the internet calls it a classic. It seems nostalgia is the new black, where mediocre tracks become anthems and everyone pretends they liked them all along.
French police charge 2 more in Louvre heist, and they claim it was an art project. When the getaway involves berets and baguettes, you know the heist has gone from Ocean's 11 to Amélie.
Italian prosecutors seize 1.3 billion euros in Campari shares, call it a tax fraud probe.
Ukraine hits Russian oil depot, calling it payback for power grid attacks. When geopolitics turns into a tit-for-tat energy slap fight, it's clear that the stakes are higher than your average game of Battleship.
Israeli airstrike kills 4 in Lebanon, escalating tensions despite ceasefire. When ceasefires are as fragile as a soap bubble in a hurricane, it's no wonder peace talks sound more like a bad joke than a serious discussion.
U.S. immigration officials plan to deport man after 43 years in prison, ignoring overturned conviction. Justice is a twisted game when freedom's prize is a one-way ticket out of the country you spent a lifetime trying to clear your name in.
South African automakers refuse wage deal with union setting stage for strike.
Republicans reject Trump's call to end Senate filibuster, resist his shutdown solution. When even your own party treats your ideas like a bad cold, maybe it's time to reconsider your prescription for governance.
FBI stops Halloween terror plot in Michigan, frighteningly on theme. When even the FBI is dressing up as the savior of the day, you know the scariest thing this Halloween is still human nature.
When Grandma's interior design dreams clash with reality, it's like trying to fit a giraffe into a clown car, entertaining but ultimately unworkable.
Fund manager defends Lenskart IPO investment despite backlash, calls it strategic. When your defense sounds like a sales pitch, maybe the strategy is just hoping everyone else is as optimistic as you are.
Tanzania president wins election, hundreds of protesters reportedly dead. In a democracy where ballots are overshadowed by bullets, winning feels less like a victory and more like a coronation with a body count.
When your browser's address bar doubles as a Trojan horse, it's less a window to the web and more a wide open door to chaos.
Tech leaders demand global ban on superintelligent AI, fear loss of control. Funny how the folks who build the monster now want a movement to cage it, like Frankenstein lobbying for stricter lab safety rules.
OPEC sus plans slight oil supply increase, calls it balance. When the puppeteers of oil dance between surplus and sanctions, the world gets a front row seat to their theatre of contradictions.
Only 20% of pop songs. When pop stars claim
Scientists discover new spider under California beaches, label it scary. As if sunburn and overpriced ice cream weren't enough, now beachgoers can look forward to arachnid surprises lurking beneath their sandy towels.
Cruise company cancels itinerary. When your cruise line's idea of adventure tourism includes marooning passengers, maybe it's time to rethink the whole all-inclusive package.
Whole Foods shelves Doritos, marking peak Amazonification. Organic kale wheats as snack food invades the sacred aisles of quinoa and kombucha, proving once again that capitalism always finds a way.
Saudi chemical giant reports profit after 3 losses, calls it progress. When your triumph is barely breaking even, maybe it's time to rethink your business model, or just redefine success altogether.
Heidenheim stuns Leverkusen, advances to quarters, defies odds. When a second-tier team outplays the big boys, it's like watching David beat Goliath with a well-aimed shot to the ego.
Trump administration keeps refugee intake at 7,500, echoes restrictive history. When give me your tired your portent into give me your select few, it seems the Statue of Liberty might need a rewrite.
Trump declares trade war truce with China, then blames them for economic woes. When state protection feels like a patchwork quilt, folks start sewing their own safety nets, stitching together paranoia with the thread of survival.
China unveils Gold Corridor Initiative, promises to redefine global finance. Like calling a gold-plated roller coaster economic stability a shiny distraction while the rest of the world clings to seatbelts made of hope and IOUs.
FBI thwarts Halloween terror plot in Michigan, charges 2 men. When trick or treat turns into trick or terror, the real horror is how close we come to living in a perpetual haunted house of fear.
Judge blocks Trump's citizenship-proof demand on voting forms, deflates voter suppression balloon.
U.S. stock futures climb as gold dips after China sneezes. When the market's mood swings depend on a nation flexing its economic biceps, we're just pawns in a global chess game.
U.S. caps refugee intake at 7,500, prioritizes white South Africans. Apparently, the land of the free now has a new motto. Give us your pale, your privileged, yearning to breathe free. Everyone else, get in line.
President Trump hosts Mar-a-Lago Halloween party, costumes optional.
Donald Trump expresses sympathy for the royal family after Prince Andrew loses titles linked to Epstein. When a former reality TV star feels bad for royalty, you know the world's become a Shakespearean comedy, minus the wit.
Trump administration convicts anarchist, signals broader crackdown on leftists.
Tech giants boost stock rally, defying economic gravity while the planet burns. When Wall Street dances on tech profits, remember, the Earth might be flat, but the wealth gap is a black hole.
British Transport Police arrest suspect in train stabbing, label staff heroic. When danger strikes, it's always the underpaid rail staff stepping up, while the higher-ups ride the gravy train of public commendation.
EU lawmaker proposes digital euro, but only if private sector fails. Because nothing screams innovation like waiting for billionaires to save us while we twiddle our thumbs in bureaucratic bliss.
U.S. food supply chain weakens and canned nostalgia won't fill the gap. When your dinner depends on tin cans and wishful thinking, it's clear the pantry's as bare as the promises of corporate compassion.
Milei courts governors for reform, promises unity then divides. When you need support for change, nothing like a little political pandering and backroom deals to keep the wheels of progress spinning in reverse.
ICE and Border Patrol deploy tear gas, injuring and sickening many.
Marion County Sheriff Stephen Lewis has been named, thanks to identical twin mix-up. In a plot twist worthy of a sitcom, it turns out the criminal justice system can't tell twins apart. Maybe they should invest in name tags.
When a bathroom renovation gets more attention than healthcare reform, you know priorities have been flushed down the gold-plated drain.
Scientists debunk exercise myth, claim fitness saves heartbeats. Turns out, the real secret to longevity isn't hoarding heartbeats like precious gold coins. It's spending them wisely on activities that actually make you sweat.
Because clearly, the only way to critique a system is to pretend the other ones never screwed up.
CISA confirms critical flaws under attack in Dassault and XWiki, insists everything's fine. When your software's got more holes than Swiss cheese, denial is the only patch you need. Just ask CISA.
Only 30% of countries have pandemic readiness plans, and the WHO calls it progress. If our collective memory is shorter than a TikTok video, we might as well prepare for the next pandemic with a dance challenge.
When you can command a kingdom but still can't escape the awkwardness of a bad hair day immortalized on canvas, maybe it's time to rethink tradition.
Governor Hochul attends Mamdani rally, then loses control of narrative.
When your political strategy is hoping the electorate wakes up before democracy hits the snooze button, you've got a problem bigger than a windy city winter.
OPEC bless targets market dominance but hits a wall of diminishing returns. When your cartel's grand scheme to control the world's oil taps out, maybe it's time to invest in solar panels and a conscience.
Only 10% of England's most deprived towns see when your town's future is a game of Monopoly, but the only cards left are go to jail and
Only 30% of homeschoolers reach college, and parents call it a win, when learning means turning your living room into a classroom. Just hope your kids don't graduate with a major in Netflix and a minor in snackology.
Messi scores late, but Inter Miami still loses to Nashville in MLS playoffs. When even the magic of football's greatest can't save the day, maybe it's time for a new playbook or a better defense.
Chasing the elusive teal dream is like wearing a tux to a mud fight. Sure, it's classy, but you're still knee-deep in the mess.
When alternative rock becomes the soundtrack to corporate coffee shops, you know the deadline was crossed and left in the dust.
Shasta County limits voting options, then hires election deniers. When democracy becomes a choose-your-own adventure for conspiracy theorists, don't be surprised if the finale is a real-life dystopian page-turner.
Only 35% of peace talks achieve results, and Russia calls it diplomacy. When your peace process has more episodes than a soap opera, maybe it's time to change the channel.
Israel blocks aid to Gaza, then claims it's for security. When humanitarian aid becomes a hostage in a geopolitical chess game, it's clear compassion's being checkmated.
Only 20% of economists agree on a financial bubble, and AI investments keep soaring. When the financial wizards start guessing like it's a magic 8-ball, maybe it's time to hedge your bets with a reality check.
Justice releases stress. French house beats won't drown out the discord when the real stressor is crowd control and an identity crisis on the dance floor.
Reddit CEO becomes billionaire, claims it's karma. When your upvotes turn into dollars, remember, the comments section might be free, but your soul's sold to the highest bidder.
Google Workspace promises security, then hackers find new loopholes.
Only 50% of parents trust their kids with money, and this parent calls it good parenting. When your inheritance comes with strings attached, it's less a gift and more a financial marionette act.
Amazon Inc.'s $38 billion deal with OpenAI promises AI utopia. When tech giants start playing house with billions, remember, nothing says winner like a 7-year itch in the world of AI.
Trump tears down White House history, then calls it progress. Repainting walls won't erase the past. It's like trying to rewrite a novel by ripping out pages and scribbling in the margins.
EU promises Albania negotiation opening this year, then drags feet on every chapter. Albania's EU membership feels like waiting for a bus that only exists in the promises of politicians who love their press conferences more than progress.
It's like breaking up with the planet over brunch, only to realize you're still stuck on the same sinking island.
Google YouTube TV costs $90, calls it affordable. In 2025, streaming services are like artisanal coffee, overpriced, overhyped, and leaving you wondering why you're paying more for less.
YouTube charges for music nostalgia, then calls it a premium experience. As if paying to relive the raw power of Big Mama Thornton is a privilege, not a right we should demand in HD for free.
Spotify adds turbo beats to its algorithmic playlist called Discovery. In the music world, discovery means finding a new artist only after it's been recycled through a million playlists, proving originality is just a remix away.
White House taps multiple accounts to pay troops during shutdown. Robbing Peter to pay Paul is the new fiscal policy. It's like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic while the band plays Hail to the Chief.
Trump demands loyalty from state GOP, then redraws democracy. When politics becomes a game of connect the dots, the winners are those who hold the erasers, not the pencils. Redistricting, where the lines of democracy get gerrymandered into a pretzel.
Because nothing screams strategy like burning bridges with your neighbors while waving a flag made of isolation and denial.
Kazakhstan triples education funding, promises global AI cooperation. Throwing money at education while cozying up to AI feels like inviting the fox to guard the henhouse. Let's hope the kids aren't the ones getting plucked.
South Park mocks Trump's White House demolition, labels it a Halloween horror. When satire becomes reality TV, you know the apocalypse is more than just a costume party.
Spotify charges $10 a month. Turns out the only thing serenading us is the sound of our wallets weeping while we shuffle through the algorithm's greatest hits.
Only 20% of freelancers use billing tools, and the app calls it revolution.
Russia unveils winter strategy in Ukraine, stirs dread anew. Winter's chill brings more than frostbite. It's a chilling reminder that geopolitical chess often leaves civilians out in the cold, shivering under the weight of others' ambitions.
Republican tells SNAP recipients stop smoking crack, sparking outrage. Because nothing says compassionate conservatism like equating hunger with addiction.
Netflix hires bank for Warner Brothers' Discovery bid, calls it synergy. Because when you're drowning in content, the logical move is to buy more water and call it a life raft.
Canada signs defense pact with the Philippines, calls it peacekeeping. Because nothing says we come in peace like a handshake over a pile of missiles and a map of the South China Sea.
Then Etienne releases Andrew Weather all day, fits his heartbreak with Balearic disco. Because if love breaks your heart, nothing mends it faster than a beat that makes you forget you even had one.
President has been declared winner with 98% opposition cries foul. When democracy looks like a lopsided landslide, you can't help but wonder if the ballot boxes were stuffed with more than just votes. Maybe a few dreams of fairness got crammed in there too.
Avalanche claims lives of 5 German mountaineers. Nature calls it a reminder. In the eternal contest between humans and mountains, the score remains: gravity 1, humanity 0.
Because nothing says inner peace like a remix that drowns out the world's chaos with a digital wave of serenity.
Bank bonds nosedive after state-owned shareholder demands collateral, calls it safeguarding. When your lifeline starts to feel like a noose, it's time to question who's really in control of the rescue mission.
Trump rule blocks student loan relief for public workers involved in illegal actions. Because nothing says justice like punishing a librarian for jaywalking or a teacher for a parking ticket, while Wall Street's finest get a slap on the wrist for crashing the economy.
Film critics ponder Rooney Mara and Cate Blanchett's chemistry in Carol, then praise the seating arrangement. When the angle of your seat determines the magic of cinema, maybe it's time to question the power of perspective in storytelling.
Only 15% of creators use top AI tools, and tech giants call it innovation. In 2025, the real transformation is squeezing old ideas into shiny new algorithms, while creativity waits in the wings.
YouTube algorithm promotes 3311 echoes know my name. Hold on, Den claims it's a personalized recommendation. When a music video becomes the soundtrack to your digital echo chamber, it's clear the algorithm knows your soul better than your playlist.
Eurozone inflation drops near 2% while ECB holds rates steady. Sticking with the same old playbook while inflation lingers is like watching a house smolder and deciding the smoke adds a nice ambience.
UN endorses Morocco's Western Sahara claim, then calls it a peace effort. When the UN plays kingmaker in a desert chess game, peace sounds a lot like a pawn for power, doesn't it?
Apparently, the best way to promote tranquility is by setting up shop with a side of subtle intimidation, like a friendly neighbor with a tank.
When a military junta fights crime, it's like hiring a fox to guard the henhouse.
Jack Schlossberg mocks RFK Jr. with Halloween costume omitting medical knowledge. In a world where political family feuds are settled with plastic capes and rubber masks, the truth is always stranger than fiction, and much more entertaining.
Only 20% of Canadian snowbirds plan US trips, and a survey calls it a chill. When even the geese are boycotting the South, you know American hospitality has hit a frosty patch.
Siberian wildfires torch millions of acres yearly, and Shalagan calls it home. When your village becomes the front row seat to an inferno, at least you won't need a sauna to sweat out the polar chill.
Andrej Babis vows to mend Czech-Slovak relations despite past divisions, like a divorced couple sharing a duplex. These neighbors might just find that fixing fences is easier than finding common ground, especially when one moved away decades ago.
Rural Jan loses women to rigid gender roles, but calls it tradition. When your cultural heritage is a one-way ticket out of town, it's time to rewrite the script and the stage directions.
Ukraine deploys special forces to Pokrovsk as Moscow strengthens control, escalating tensions further. When both sides send in their muscle, diplomacy becomes a ghost, haunting the battlefield, whispering peace but never quite materializing.
Poland, Hungary, and Slovakia reject EU's Ukraine trade deal, call it sovereignty. When three countries decide to play no thanks with Brussels, perhaps they're just tired of the same old Euro tango.
Disney yanks ESPN and others from YouTube TV, blames stalled talks.
Only 30% of Lander's supporters back Mamdani, and Lander calls it progress. Like trying to herd cats into a voting booth, convincing political supporters to switch allegiances is a bit like expecting a miracle at a magic show.
Amazon and Apple earnings ignite S&P 500 rally, defying economic gloom. Apparently, the secret to market success is pretending the world's not burning while cashing in on tech giants' holiday cheer.
UK negotiates with Ireland on undersea cable security, claiming digital lifelines need protection. Because nothing says special relationship like making sure no one cuts the internet cord while we're busy bickering about Brexit.
US lawmakers urge Trump to scrap $100,000 H-1B visa fee, warning of harm to India ties. When your foreign policy is a price tag, don't be surprised when allies start shopping elsewhere for friendship and innovation.
Spotify releases The Gift of the Curse by El Marcos, calls it a genre-bending masterpiece. Like a kaleidoscope of sound, this album spins listeners into a world where every track feels like a rebellion against musical monotony, yet somehow it still manages to sound like every other groundbreaking release.
Federal judge blocks Trump's plan to demand citizenship proof on voting forms, calling it an overreach. Seems like the only thing more American than voting rights is the constant battle to keep them from being eroded by power-hungry politicians.
S&P 500 profits rise by 10.7%, while job market jitters linger. Wall Street's mantra, profits before people, because who needs job security when you can have stock market gains?
Supreme Court decisions enable revenge prosecutions. Justice takes a backseat. When the gavel becomes a weapon, the courtroom turns into a battlefield where the only verdict is vendetta, not justice.
While the rhetoric paints a picture of peril, the real danger might just be the moral hazard of enforcing policies that break more hearts than laws.
Apparently, Mother Nature's cries for help are just a warm breeze to the powers that be. Keep those fossil fuels burning, folks.
Trump hosts extravagant Great Gatsby party while SNAP benefits dwindle. When the rich dance in opulence, the hungry watch from the shadows, their plates empty and their futures as hollow as the promises made to them.
Trump promises action after Dilbert creator pleads for help, yet cartoonists remain unsaved. When comic relief becomes a cry for help, maybe it's time to redraw the lines between fiction and reality.
Planarian stem cells defy biology, ignoring neighbors for distant guidance. These flatworms might just be smarter than some governments. Proving distance makes the heart grow fonder, or at least the cells grow back.
Vice President Vance stumbles during Q&A, gives weak response to anti-Semitic question. Reddit user WeirdGroggle9999 seeks feedback after ditching mainstream music for niche subgenre. When everyone's a critic, swapping beats is like changing religions. Expect endless opinions and unsolicited playlists.
U.S. agencies want to ban a popular Wi-Fi device, claiming it's a security threat. It's amazing how a gadget that streams cat videos becomes a national enemy, while real threats wear suits and pass laws without blinking.
Latvian Parliament exits Istanbul Convention, a first for the EU. Apparently, protecting women from violence is just too mainstream for Latvia. Maybe they're holding out for a medieval reenactment instead.
Britney Spears deletes Instagram account after posting cryptic messages, fueling fan speculation. In the age of digital breadcrumbs, disappearing from social media is the celebrity equivalent of a smoke bomb escape, leaving fans to connect the dots with invisible ink.
When your cost of living adjustment is less than your cost of living, it's like getting a raise that only makes you poorer.
Tanzanian elections sparked deadly protests and key opposition figures were banned. When democracy becomes a one-sided game, the ballot box turns into a powder keg, igniting borders with the flames of disenfranchisement.
Barack Obama campaigns for Democrats, revealing what they lost. It's like watching your ex at a party, realizing they were the best thing you ever had, and you're stuck with the rebound.
Taiwanese central bank juggles dollar rally, fierce U.S. currency manipulator tag. When your economy's a tightrope walk, one wrong step could have Uncle Sam labeling you the acrobat of fiscal folly.
Only 5% of music fans stream Trill Diaz, and Spotify calls it discovery. In the algorithm's twisted jungle, even the most mind-bending tracks get lost, like psychedelic breadcrumbs in the digital haze.
Qiming Venture Partners hypes China's AI potential, ignoring regulatory chokeholds. Pitching AI dreams while dodging the iron grip of censorship is like selling freedom in a gilded cage.
Researchers propose an algorithm for cropland changes, yet forget the parcels. It's like building a plane without wings, ambitious, sure, but destined for a crash landing in the fields of inefficiency.
Eurostat reports zero net electricity balance for Europe, calls it equilibrium. The continent's power dance, an exquisite tango of trading electrons, while pretending the cables aren't tangled in bureaucratic red tape.
Trump denies military plans for Venezuela. Oil steadies despite oversupply fears. Balancing oil markets on political denials is like trying to juggle grenades with the pins pulled, explosive, and bound to blow up in your face.
In this digital age, our security strategy is akin to wearing a raincoat in a hurricane. Fashionable, but ultimately useless against the flood.
Federal Labor promises Australians 3 hours of free solar power daily, even without panels, but only during your afternoon nap. Sounds like a win, until you realize you'll need to rearrange your life around the sun like a modern-day heliotropic plant.
Australian Labor lacks ally for nature law reforms. Watt insists they're open to options. When you can't decide between the devil and the deep green sea, you end up treading water in a swamp of political paralysis.
Microsoft secures a hefty cash infusion for AI in the UAE, but still can't fix your Word document formatting. In a world where billion-dollar AI deals are the norm, you'd think they'd at least solve the mystery of disappearing margins.
Core Mining buys new gold for $7 billion, but can't buy back the time lost in corporate bureaucracy. As mining giants swap billions, the real treasure remains elusive, an email chain under 20 messages long.
Republican candidates sidestep gun control after Planned Parenthood shooting, offer thoughts and prayers instead. When bullets fly, politicians duck for cover behind the bulletproof vest of empty condolences, leaving a trail of thoughts, prayers and inaction.
Excel agents promise $1 trillion in value, but complexity multiplies. When your spreadsheet needs a spreadsheet to understand it, maybe it's time to question if the next billion-dollar idea is just a formula for chaos.
Carl Finlow drops count on it, and the beat's relentless. If only we could count on politicians to be as reliable as a pulsing electronic rhythm, but they keep remixing the truth instead.
Top 10 US billionaires are $698 billion more as the rest of us try to afford eggs. While the rich keep playing Monopoly with real money, the rest of us wonder if famine comes with a side of dignity.
Federal government enters shutdown. While the nation pauses, politicians still get paid to argue about why they can't pay anyone else.
Polish government approves bill for state-funded assistance for disabled people, yet slashes mental health budgets. Celebrating support while quietly undermining it elsewhere.
It's like giving someone a life raft and then poking holes in it.
Chike unleashes Le Freak and disco fever spikes. If only housing prices could drop as fast as a funky bass line, but landlords keep dancing around affordability with a smile.
Physicists create thermometer for measuring quantumness, then say it's too complex for lay people. It's like inventing a language only you can speak and then blaming others for not understanding your genius.
Pentagon mandates National Guard in 50 states to form quick reaction forces. Because who needs civil discourse when you have a riot squad? Training soldiers to handle civil unrest is like asking a bull to navigate a china shop, expect things to break, hearts and hopes included.
Heritage president praises Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes, sparking civil war on the right. When your heroes are cable news and internet trolls, expect your political strategy to resemble a food fight in a middle school cafeteria.
FDA blindsides uniQure, calling gene therapy data insufficient. Investors dive like it's a synchronized swimming event, while patients are left treading water in the sea of regulatory red tape.
Only 2% of rock songs predict global sanity, and Nazareth's love leads to madness isn't one of them. When your love life sounds like a rock anthem, maybe it's time to question if your heart's GPS is set to self-destruct.
Prince in legal formality, cartoonist mocks the royal name game. When the crown's just a paperweight, the real drama unfolds in the courtroom, where titles are as literally as lawyers' handshakes.
Jamaican government reports 28 deaths from Hurricane Melissa, calls it a wake-up call for climate action. When nature's fury is met with political snooze buttons, someone needs to change the alarm setting from someday to now.
Fourth EP Heterochromia drops, artist claims it's soulful and melodic. When your eye is the cover art, the music better see through the soul, or at least distract from the self-indulgence with a good beat.
Pennsylvania Supreme Court braces for election deadlock. Justice warns of disastrous outcomes. When the scales of justice teeter on election day wins, democracy's blindfold starts looking more like a blindfolded gamble.
Nigeria accepts U.S. assistance for counterterrorism. When diplomacy is wielded like a sledgehammer, it's hard to tell .
49ers Brock Purdy misses fifth start with toe injury, still considered for backup. When your franchise quarterback's toe dictates the game plan, it's clear the Achilles heel isn't the only vulnerable spot in sports.
Trump demands Senate nuke filibuster, GOP resists, calls it unity. When even your own party treats your ideas like a bad Tinder date, maybe it's time to swipe left on your approach to governance.
Apple Siri uses Google Gemini tech secretly despite their rivalry in public. When your virtual assistant moonlights for the competition, maybe it's not just your phone that's two-faced.
Kosovo plans to raise minimum wage to €500 by 2026, calls it progress. When a living wage is promised in installments, it's like serving dinner in crumbs and calling it a feast.
Germany ships Patriot defenses to Ukraine, calls it support. Sending a few missiles to a country under siege is like giving a band-aid to someone with a broken leg, and calling yourself a doctor.
Trump extends immigration raids through Halloween in Chicago and Los Angeles, treats fear as candy. Turning a holiday of masks and treats into a night of terror is a trick only the Grinch of the Oval Office could pull.
When your job description includes potential medieval disaster, it's time to renegotiate that hazard pay.
Only 5% of voters trust election outcomes, and political parties call it democracy.
Social media usage drops globally, then companies feign surprise. When the dopamine drip dries up, it's amazing what people remember about the world outside their screens and their own neglected lives.
China condemns Japan's prime minister for Taiwan meeting, then posts a dozen tweets about diplomatic respect.
Only 37% of people adopt Eat-Lancet diet, and the study claims it could have habitat loss. When salads save more habitats than politicians, maybe it's time to rethink what's really on the menu for Earth.
Federal judge mandates SNAP benefits during shutdown, and Trump administration calls it a bureaucratic hiccup.
Military prosecutor leaks assault video, then claims moral high ground. When the system's watchdogs start howling, it's a sign that the kennel is full of wolves pretending to be sheep.
Spotify charges $15 monthly, calls it access to freedom. When your playlist costs more than world peace talks, maybe it's time to tune into reality instead of chill beats.
Redditor seeks help identifying music genre, but links us to a deserted island. When music discovery turns into a treasure hunt, you know the internet's playing hide and seek with your ears.
Only 35% of Americans approve of Trump's presidency, and the rest blame him for inflation. When the blame game becomes the inflation game, even monopoly money starts looking like a stable investment.
Venezuela offers Hezbollah refuge, then denies any ties. When your neighbors start moving in extra luggage labeled explosives, it's probably time to rethink your welcome mat strategy.
Bureau of Meteorology spends $866 million on IT upgrade, claims it's essential. When your weather forecast costs as much as a lunar mission, maybe it's time to check the sky instead of the site.
Exxon and Qatar Energy threaten Europe exit over climate laws and call it a necessary protest. When fossil fuel giants throw tantrums over climate laws, it's like Dracula complaining about garlic breath.
One player outshines Ohtani, then fades into obscurity. Baseball's a game where legends like Doc Ellis can pitch no-hitters on LSD, proving performance-enhancing substances aren't always what you expect.
Trump orders Pentagon to resume nuclear tests, ignoring the fallout. Because nothing says peaceful diplomacy like a race to see who can blow up the planet first.
J Awards nominates artists then ignores their struggles. In a music industry where streaming pays peanuts, winning a trophy feels like getting a gold sticker for surviving another year of exploitation.
British Film Awards crown My Father's Shadow with 12 nods, then ignore indie films like they're distant cousins. The awards love a family drama, just not the scrappy underdog ones that can't afford a red carpet.
New Christmas single drops promises rock and roll jingle. Because nothing screams holiday spirit like headbanging to sleigh bells while decking the halls with distortion pedals.
Garage rock band releases The Universe, then expects cosmic enlightenment for the price of a guitar riff. Death Valley girls strum existential chords, proving once again that wisdom isn't found in a pedal board, but in the chaos of a live show.
When your royal fix is a PR disaster, it's time to question if the crown's just an overpriced hat.
Puddle of Mud revives glories and fades into nostalgia. 2 decades later, the post-grunge anthem still resonates like a hangover, a reminder that some feelings never quite sober up even as trends change.
Hip-hop artist Uku drops Make It Scene, yet the industry remains blind to authenticity priced at a streaming subscription. Buck65 drops Cries a Girl, then silence follows. In the alt hip-hop realm, introspective lyrics echo like a lone voice in a crowded room, proving that sometimes the quietest cries are the loudest.
Trent Reznor scores another film, claiming it fills his soul's void, yet Nin fans still crave industrial angst. By trading screams for strings, Reznor swaps chaotic catharsis for cinematic calm, leaving fans wondering if the soundtrack's the only drama left.
Bank of America predicted 3 major risks, none materialized. Turns out, the biggest threat wasn't economic collapse, it was believing Wall Street's crystal ball had any credibility left.
Hackers siphon millions in gift cards, claiming cloud security is airtight. In a twist of seasonal irony, the real gift is the lesson. The more digital our cheer, the more vulnerable our joy.
In a country known for its politeness, the stabbings remind us that even the most civil society has its jagged edges. cutting through the illusion of safety.
Geoffrey Hinton warns AI will outsmart us. Tech giants speed ahead. Like a sci-fi movie where the mad scientist is also the guy holding the Nobel, but this time the robots win at capitalism.
West Bank farmers part from olive harvest. Settlers call it traditional. When olives become battlegrounds, we are left with the bitter taste of power wielded as cruelty, not care.
Energy bills spike due to AI demands, and tech giants call it innovation.
When the tables turn and the prey becomes the predator, irony becomes the main course, served cold with a side of schadenfreude.
Council of Europe slams Latvia for women's rights stance, calls it a dangerous message. Latvia's latest move suggests they think women's rights are like a Netflix subscription, optional and subject to cancellation at any time.
Andrew Left accuses hedge fund of lying to SEC, claims executives played the blame game. When Wall Street's truth is as transparent as a lead curtain, the real short is on honesty.
Judge blocks proof of citizenship requirement for mail-in voting in a decisive ruling.
U.S. fleets gather off Venezuela, flexing muscles with a show of might, then claim it's routine. When your neighbor's barbecue turns into a military parade, you might want to question the menu.
Trump administration funds SN partially after Boston and RA judges rule, then calls it a win. When half a loaf is suddenly a feast, you know the kitchen's run by spin doctors, not chefs.
Congress introduces Due Process Continuity of Care Act, calls it revolutionary. Apparently, the revolution involves ensuring detainees get their Prozac on time. Who knew due process meant less Kafka and more pharmacy visits?
Campaign Group Republic considers private prosecution against Prince Andrew for accountability. When the Crown's untouchables face civilian justice, it's a royal reminder that privilege doesn't always come with a lifetime guarantee.
Latvia's parliament votes to quit Women's Protection Treaty, calls it sovereignty. When self-determination means self-endangerment, perhaps the patriarchy's idea of freedom is just a gilded cage with no lock.
When the scales of justice tip towards bureaucracy, head teachers sharpen pencils into picket signs, it's a schoolyard lesson in the power of collective detention.
Germany proposes full ban on Russian steel imports, citing security. In a world where metal mightier than words, Germany's move cuts deep, but let's see if it's sharp enough to pierce political armor.
Immigration agent punches restrained man post-collision, calls it law enforcement. When your badge becomes a license to assault, maybe it's time to redefine what protect and serve actually means.
DC judge predicts 2-day trial for sandwich murder.
calls it the simplest case in the world. When the legal system serves justice like a deli counter, bureaucracy is the real Memescreamer. Mondani argues rent control necessary despite economists' disdain. When rent control is likened to bombing, the economists have gone nuclear, but maybe they should try living in a shoebox first.
Republicans re-up transit tax, claiming victory for Trump in 2024. In a twist of political déjà vu, the GOP's recycled playbook reveals their true colors, a monochrome palette of fear, division, and regression.
Justin Timberlake defends Britney Spears, slamming Kevin Federline as a freeloading opportunist. When pop icons are your courtroom, even nostalgia can't save you from the tabloid guillotine.
Trump fumes as shutdown nears record length, promises broken. When your tantrum outlasts your presidency, it's a sign you might need a new hobby, or at least a functioning government. Multiple sex scandals rock MAGA faith community, exposing the hypocrisy of family values. When your moral compass is more like a weather vane, it's no surprise it spins wildly in a storm of scandals.
JP Morgan warned US of $1 billion in Epstein transactions, then continued business as usual. Because when your bank's moral compass points to profit, human trafficking alerts are just another line item in the quarterly report.
Satellite images reveal mass killings continue in El Fasher, while leaders issue empty condemnations. The world watches through a lens, capturing tragedy in high resolution but low action.
Jamie Dimond as Mrs. WFH Police claims 3 learnings impossible remotely. When your boss equates office cubicles with enlightenment, it's time to question if they're more invested in real estate than reality.
Saudi chemical giant reports profit after 3 quarterly losses, calls it progress.
Small models do the work, large models hog the hype. It's like watching a blockbuster movie where the extras do all the acting while the stars just pose for the poster.
BXT drops Still Crazy For You promises a sonic escape from reality. Another electronic anthem for dancing away the dystopia because sometimes the beat is the only thing keeping us sane.
Only 20% of Congress members agree on a budget, and President Trump calls it negotiation. When the political elite are playing chicken with people's livelihoods, you know the game's rigged. Maybe they should try living paycheck to paycheck for a change.
US skips sending high-level officials to COP30, claims commitment. It's like skipping your own intervention because you promised you'd quit next year anyway, but hey, thoughts and prayers.
Reddit user Napalm the Morning posts The Cramps' What's Inside a Girl, a track that cheekily peels back layers of mystery with a wink and a snarl, reminding us that curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back.
Slate charges $5 monthly for crosswords, calls it a bargain. Because who doesn't want to pay for the privilege of filling in boxes when you could be doom scrolling for free?
UBS fell first bonds after court ruling questioned AT1 debt exposure. It's like throwing a party in a burning house, hoping the guests won't notice the smoke or the missing fire exits.
France will order 3 billion euros aircraft, calls it defense. Because nothing says national security like splurging on planes while the planet's on fire and the seas are rising faster than the budget.
Trump claims Xi assures no Taiwan action during Republicans' term, despite rising tensions. It's like getting a pinky promise from a poker-faced dragon wearing sunglasses. Sounds comforting until you remember dragons breathe fire.
Only 3% of hip-hop tracks address climate change, and Eminem calls it a missed beat. While the world melts, our playlists stay frosty, ignoring the biggest drop of our lifetime, global catastrophe.
Canada's PM declares free trade era over, shakes hands with South Korea's president. It's a warm handshake over a cold truth. Borders tightening while global economies pretend their walls are still open for business.
Tourist returns stolen skull to Vienna Cathedral after 60 years, calls it a long overdue souvenir refund. It's like realizing your Airbnb host wants back the chandelier you borrowed in the 60s, awkward, but at least it's not a murder mystery.
Turns out, even the greatest showman knows when to ghost. The courtroom drama. Maybe the popcorn wasn't buttery enough.
A society that prides itself on diversity can't ignore the shadows where racism festers unchecked, leaving fear as the reigning queen of the streets.
Serbian president's fans and foes clash, thousands fling bottles. In a grand display of democracy, Serbia shows us that nothing says political discourse quite like a flying Molotov cocktail.
Jamie Farr recounts cast's shock at Colonel Blake's TV death, likening it to a scriptwriter's betrayal. Like finding out your favorite sitcom's been replaced with a tragic opera, suddenly, canned laughter turns to existential dread.
Study links Alzheimer's to broken sleep, dreams of clarity. Turns out, the secret to fighting Alzheimer's might be a good night's sleep, but who's going to tell that to the insomniac brain cells?
Copper prices drop for the third day, blame China's economic hiccup. When the world's second largest economy sneezes, copper catches a cold, and the rest of us get stuck with the doctor's bill.
Only 3% of CEOs cut salaries while layoffs hit record numbers, and they call it strategic restructuring. Like watching a magician saw through a worker's job security and then blame it on the audience for expecting magic.
American family moves to Russia for Christian values, ends up in Ukraine conflict.
National debt balloons. Fiscal solutions touted like magic tricks. Politicians preach austerity for the poor, while the wealthy sip champagne, watching their tax breaks grow like weeds in a forgotten garden.
Trump declares shutdown victory while CNN scrambles to redefine winning. It's like cheering for the Titanic's iceberg. Sure, it made an impact, but at what cost to the passengers?
Jeffries blames shutdown negotiation failures on GOP infighting, and the popcorn industry calls it an unexpected windfall. Seems political gridlock is the only bipartisan effort these days, keeping us entertained while Rome burns.
Netflix considers buying Warner Bros. Discovery. Analyst claims it's a bargain hunt. Streaming giant mergers like a kid in a candy store, hoping to snag the last chocolate bar without counting the calories or the cost.
Earth crosses first climate tipping point, and oil executives still claim it's business as usual. Apparently, when the planet's on fire, some folks still think it's a good time to roast marshmallows.
Only 7% of dance tracks get radio play, and Dark Temptation calls it a breakthrough. In a world where algorithms are the new DJs, even a hypnotic groove might only pulse in the shadows.
Earthquake measuring 5.8 rattles northern Chilean coast, GFC reports calmly. Nature's way of reminding us that tectonic plates are the original movers and shakers, unlike politicians who just shift blame and responsibility.
Because nothing says we care about your voice like turning off the microphone and pretending the audience is applauding.
Only 25% of biodiversity metrics linked to animal functions, and scientists call it clarity. When your ecosystem's on life support, but policymakers just want a prettier pie chart, it's time to question who's really running the zoo.
Trump denies knowing Binance billionaire he pardoned, says it on 60 Minutes. Selective amnesia is a convenient political strategy, especially when your memory loss aligns perfectly with a billionaire's checkbook.
When cheap goods come with the side of fiery peril, you know they've really mastered the art of cutting corners.
Hex Twin Drops Beats in Torino. Entry fee includes tinnitus. When your concert's less about the music and more about dodging those sonic booms, you've officially hit peak electro chaos.
Peru severs ties with Mexico, then wonders why diplomacy is on the rocks. When granting asylum becomes a game of international dodgeball, it's clear that political friendships are as stable as a soap opera romance.
Moscow pushes Russians to download its new app by throttling alternatives. When your product can't compete on merit, just kneecap the competition and call it innovation. It's the authoritarian way to win market share.
US warns Americans to flee Mali as Al-Qaeda nears takeover. When a terror group
edges closer to power than your local election candidate. You know democracy's on a vacation without a return ticket.
Dodgers win epic Game 7 and baseball gods finally smile in LA. In a world where sports are the last unifying religion, the Dodgers' victory is the miracle that temporarily halts our collective doom scrolling.
Trump urges the US Senate to scrap the filibuster rule for quicker wins. When democracy gets inconvenient, just rewrite the rules. Who needs checks and balances when you can bulldoze your way to power?
Scientists discover ancient viruses in bacteria, claiming they could defeat modern infections. When ancient germs are your best hope, it's like finding your grandma's old recipe to cure your Wi-Fi woes.
The only certainty is that someone's dreams will be crushed like a soda can under a marching band's halftime show.
COP 3D hotel rates soar to hundreds per night. Delegates think twice about attending the climate summit for the climate crisis.
Nationals abandon climate targets, sparking a potential coalition clash with the Liberals. When your climate plan is a dumpster fire, who needs marshmallows? Just bring the s'mores and watch the planet burn.
Hamas returns remains of 3 hostages. Israel confirms the grim exchange. When diplomacy is a horror show, the curtain call is just a reminder of humanity's darkest acts.
Grammarly and ProWriting Aid duke it out for grammar supremacy, but neither can fix your existential dread. In the battle of algorithms, your existential crisis remains unchecked, proving once again that some typos are just too deep for technology.
Police rule out terrorism in UK train stabbing. 2 men arrested, but fear still rides the rails. When violence is just another commute, the line between safety and chaos is as thin as a train ticket.
Nick Printed claims leadership then denies accountability. When your party's hero is a conspiracy theorist darling, expect your political platform to resemble a haunted house of horrors.
French authorities charge 2 more in Louvre heist, but the Mona Lisa's smile remains uncracked. When art thieves play cat and mouse, Paris becomes the world's most elegant game board, with diamonds as the prize.
The future of personalized medicine is tantalizingly close, yet as elusive as affordable healthcare in America. Dream on, DNA tinkerers.
Randy Fine blasts Tucker Carlson, then praises his ratings. When your defense against hate speech is a Nielsen report, it's clear the only thing you truly worship is the almighty view count.
Man pleads guilty to planning ISIS attacks, but Idaho potatoes remain undisturbed by terror plots. When a 20-year-old thinks jihad is a gaming level, even Idaho's churches brace for a reality check.
Christian influencers ditch hatch clocks, claiming divine wake-up calls are more reliable.
CDC scientist quits over RFK Jr.'s antics, warns of severe pox strain. When your public health agency becomes a political circus, expect the clowns to run the show.
UK. Police dismiss terror link after train stabbing injures 10. When a mass stabbing is just another day on public transport, maybe the real terror is in how numb we've all become to violence.
Top FDA official resigns during investigation into misconduct, and the agency calls it a coincidence. When your leadership turnover rivals a reality TV show, perhaps it's time to reassess the script.
Tennis wonderkind João Fonseca balances power with patience, yet critics call his calm a marketing ploy. In a world where teenage athletes are sold like sneakers, Fonseca's patience might just be the latest brand strategy.
Peter Tosh's stepping razor cuts deep with its reggae edge. If a song can make you feel like a weapon, maybe it's time to question who's really pulling the strings in the dance of power and rebellion.
Internet Archive wins legal fights. Founder mourns losses. Victory tastes bittersweet when your battle scars include the erasure of digital history. The archive's triumph is a library with missing pages.
Trump hosts Gatsby-themed bash at Mar-a-Lago. Guests reveal it's more tacky than classy.
Roger Goodell stands firm on Bad Bunny despite Trump's ridiculous comment. When the NFL commissioner backs a Puerto Rican sensation over a presidential tantrum, you know the halftime show just got political.
FBI fires 4 agents who investigated Trump, then calls it routine. When accountability looks like a game of musical chairs, it's hard to tell if they're cleaning house or just shuffling the deck to hide the jokers.
Avia Solutions Group to build largest aviation fuel plant in Divasha, claiming sustainability. When the skies are burning, nothing says eco-friendly quite like more fuel wrapped in a green bow of iron.
Michael Chow predicts no human will cook in 50 years, like saying robots will sweat passion. When your culinary future is a microwave with AI, fine dining might just mean pressing start with flair.
Ozzy Osbourne apologizes. Thanks Sharon for a second chance after 1989 attempted murder arrest. When even the Prince of Darkness needs a lifeline, it seems love can resurrect more than just careers. It can also exorcise personal demons from the past.
Only 50% of cricket fans care about women's sports, and ICC calls it equality. When the world tunes in only half the time, it's clear the scoreboard isn't the only thing needing change.
OPEC lost pauses output increase for first quarter of 2026, anticipates surplus. When the cartel hits the brakes, remember, it's not about the environment, it's about keeping the profit engine revving while the planet smolders.
KISS fans start campaign to make Ace Frehley an honorary astronaut after his death, hoping for starry tribute. Because nothing says space oddity like launching a rock legend into the cosmos posthumously, proving fandom knows no gravity.
When a truce is just a temporary ceasefire.
Sean Duffy warns of endless airport delays, then blames shutdown limbo. When your flight's ETA is eventually, it's clear the government's playing the longest game of freeze tag ever.
Only 20% of nations agree on AI regulation, and China calls it progress. When even AI is left wondering if humans can organize a meeting, the future looks less like Terminator and more like a bureaucratic nightmare.
Psychedelic pop from 1967 resurfaces, promising a nostalgic escape. As the world spins in chaos, let the vintage vibes remind you of a time when peace and love were more than just slogans on a tie-dye shirt.
Obiri breaks women's NYC marathon record. Kipruto wins men's by mere inches. In a race against time, Obiri and Kipruto prove that every second counts, unless you're waiting for change in government policy.
Left defends Graham Plattner with false democratic vision, ignoring reality. When ideology wears blinders, even the most glaring contradictions look like coherent narratives. Just don't ask anyone to read between the lines.
IFA plans $30 billion renovations for Azteca Stadium, promises a fan-first experience. Because when you're stuck in traffic for an hour, nothing screams fan first like a shiny stadium you can't reach in time for kickoff.
X warns users with security keys to re-enroll before November 10th to avoid lockouts. Nothing like a ticking deadline to make you question the convenience of two-factor authentication, especially when the threat of digital purgatory looms large.
Sellafy launches at $29 a month fixes nothing. When your platform's selling point is full control, but your wallet feels lighter, maybe you're just paying for the illusion of freedom.
Australian government refuses Bruce Lehrmann's legal funding despite corruption watchdog raid. Guess Lehrmann will have to foot the bill himself for once, proving that justice doesn't come with a free ride, unless you're a politician.
CoreWeave continues deal spree after Core Scientific rejection, insists on strong ties. A rejected proposal is just a speed bump on the road of corporate romance, where persistence is the boardroom's favorite love language.
Senator Van Hollen denies strategy shift, then votes for more of the same. When your political playbook is older than you are, maybe it's time to stop pretending the pages are still legible.
Only 30% of black voters support insurgent left candidates,
and Mamdani calls it a breakthrough. When a fraction becomes a foundation, political arithmetic becomes more of an art than a science, with hope as the wild card.
Canadian PM Mark Carney admits China tariffs stay despite hopes for quick relief. Looks like Canada will have to keep its canola on ice, proving that diplomacy is as slippery as a politician's promise.
Nikkei surges by 20%, claims it's all about domestic earnings. When 98% looks more like a dictator's dream than a democratic reality, it's a reminder that power loves its own reflection.
Only 62 years since Surfing Bird squawked into the world, and it's still the anthem of chaos. Like a caffeinated seagull at a beach, rave, this track proves that sometimes all you need is a beat and a bird.
Russian police arrest indie band for street concerts, call it public disturbance. When music becomes a crime, it's clear that freedom's out of tune. The real disturbance, a regime that fears a melody more than a mob.
Seems like AI's appetite for dollars is as insatiable as a tech mogul's ego. More cash, same old algorithms. It's the blind leading the robotic.
Bob Dylan electrifies folk like a Rolling Stone defies purists. Guess even folk music couldn't escape the shock of the new, leaving purists clutching their acoustic guitars and clutching their pearls.
J.D. Vance insists his Hindu wife convert to Christianity and somehow thinks this will strengthen their marriage. Apparently, love isn't about accepting each other's differences, but about shoehorning your partner into your own belief system.
Dodgers win World Series, LA parties like it's 1988.
In a geopolitical tango of arrogance, the US may find itself tripping over its own sanctions, while Maduro continues to cha-cha on.
Shrysette drops new single $1 billion bleat, then claims it's relatable. Because nothing says relatable, quite like imagining a world where $1 billion aspirations are as common as your morning coffee.
Intel and AMD secure enclaves leak secrets via T-flags, because who needs privacy when you can have chaos? Turns out, the real side-channel attack is on our trust in tech giants who promise security but deliver Civ-like software.
New World Development seeks $1.9 billion debt, calls it liquidity. Hong Kong's real estate darling is juggling IOUs like flaming torches, hoping investors won't notice the smell of a financial bonfire.
New Czech Govit mixes economic moderation with cultural nationalism, calls it unity.
Only 8% of women with ADHD commit violent crimes, yet media paints them as ticking time bombs. When society's lens is skewed, women with ADHD become scapegoats in a system that can't tell a risk from a stereotype.
Judge orders Trump admin to pay SNAP benefits with emergency funds, contradicts budget cuts. When even the courts have to step in and tell you to feed the people, maybe it's time to rethink your priorities beyond tax cuts for the wealthy.
Creative launches Sound Blaster Modular Audio Hub solves nostalgia with a side of wires. Sweet sound of the 90s, now with added complexity, because who doesn't want to relive their youth through a tangled mess of cables?
Anthony Hopkins dismisses possible autism diagnosis as nonsense, then questions the legitimacy of every medical field. Sir Anthony, master of the dramatic pause.
Police investigate suspect's past knife incidents, then act surprised by train attack. It's like finding a matchbook in an arsonist's pocket and wondering why the house is on fire. Just another day in the hotnet of public safety.
Earthquake hits Afghanistan, leaving at least 4 dead, exposes fragile infrastructure. In a country already shaken by decades of conflict, nature's tremors only highlight how much human resilience is tested when governments fail to build anything but walls.
Commuter releases Last Chance music video, calls it groundbreaking. In a world where every new release is hailed as revolutionary, this one's like declaring a rerun as a debut, same old different hype.
While mothers scour the earth for their lost children, officials sip coffee, citing statistics as if numbers could replace the warmth of a child's embrace.
Nothing announces ads for your lock screen, promising distraction. Because nothing says personal space like selling it to the highest bidder. Now your phone's as cluttered as your mind. Isn't capitalism sweet?
Rashica scores early for Werder Bremen, defying Dortmund's defense. In the game of life, sometimes all it takes is a little redirection to upset the giants and remind us that underdogs have teeth too.
Federal Reserve hints at stability, stocks run rampant. Like gamblers at a roulette table, traders cling to whispers and whims, hoping the wheel spins in their favor. Who needs strategy when you have speculation?
UK police investigate train stabbing. 2 suspects arrested, then politicians claim it's an isolated incident. In a country where the government slashes mental health budgets, they act surprised when chaos rides the rails, leaving blood in its wake.
Goth and metal icons choose music so scary, even nuns fear demonic possession. When the Sisters of Silence start hearing whispers in the dark, you know the playlist has truly hit a nerve, or perhaps an unholy chord.
After years of courtroom battles, the digital library stands tall but battered, like a warrior celebrating victory while mourning lost comrades. History preserved, yet at what cost?
Westpac CEO praises consumer resilience, then RBA hesitates on rate cuts. In a land of rising costs and stagnant wages, optimism from the CEO sounds like a crocodile promising a gentle bite.
In a dazzling display of bureaucratic doublespeak, the FCC redefines transparency by letting telecom giants camouflage costs, proving once again that opacity is the new clarity.
AMD stock rockets 58% in October, then investors wonder when gravity kicks in. Like a caffeinated squirrel on a power line, AMD's stock defies the laws of nature until it doesn't.
UK, military gear surfaces in Sudan. With militia accused of genocide, UN hears the ugly truth. When the tools of protection become the instruments of horror, accountability becomes the ghost haunting international diplomacy.
Tourist returns skull to Vienna Cathedral after 6 decades, claiming it was a souvenir. Because nothing says memorable trip like pocketing a centuries-old relic and waiting 60 years to realize it doesn't quite match the decor.
Microsoft ships 60,000 NVIDIA AI chips to UAE, calls it innovation. Because nothing says cutting-edge progress like outsourcing intelligence to a desert while our own tech workers are drowning in student debt.
Autonomous weapons threaten global stability. Experts propose limiting their independence before it's too late. When machines decide who lives or dies, humanity becomes the collateral damage in a world where ethics are outsourced to algorithms.
Malaysian ringgit climbs to one-year high, then traders cross fingers against global turbulence. Like a hummingbird on a sugar high, the ringgit flutters wildly, but the stormy economic skies are never far behind.
Only 10% of vacationers inherit family wealth, and your parents call it fiscal discipline. Apparently, your crime isn't reckless spending, it's failing to uphold the sacred family tradition of hoarding wealth like a dragon in a suburban lair.
AI spending surge fuels markets despite geopolitical tensions and hawkish Fed. When Wall Street bets on algorithms instead of diplomacy, we might as well let chatbots handle peace treaties and interest rates.
Chicagoans face off with ICE agents block by block, proving that community is louder than fear. It's not violence, it's a street symphony of resistance, where every alley echoes with the beat of solidarity over deportation.
Trump administration blames weather for airport delays despite 2-month shutdown. When political tantrums ground flights, it's clear that the turbulence isn't just in the skies but in the corridors of power.
Kansas City police list of misconduct packed revealing secrets. When the cops have more skeletons than a Halloween store, it's no wonder trust is as scarce as an honest politician.
When your voice transcends time, even the silence that follows sings louder than any temporary glitch on a website.
Offset allegedly punches security guard at dispensary, but his team calls it complete and total BS. When checking IDs turns into checking egos, it's a reminder that fame sometimes hits harder than fists.
Apologies are nice, but maybe a few centuries earlier, and with some reparations, would have been better than this historical afterthought.
Microsoft bans Windows 11 hack videos, citing risk of harm or death. Because nothing says user safety like invoking mortal peril over installing an operating system. Next up, seatbelts for your laptop.
Judges ordered Trump administration to continue food aid during shutdown, but the Hunger Games continue. When your meal ticket depends on a judicial ruling, it's clear the system's idea of serving the public is half-baked.
Only 4% of tech house DJs admit their speakers are tired, but D-Stud's latest workout will whip them into shape. Because when your subwoofers start counting reps, you know the beat's gone full drill sergeant.
Euro area's GDP rises by 0.2%, EU's by 0.3%. They call this growth. When decimal points become milestones, you know the economy is like a tightrope walker, hoping not to plummet into the abyss below.
When the outrage isn't about the company you keep but the optics, the moral compass is officially spinning out of control.
Ubuntu 25.10's Rust-based U2 glitch halts automatic updates, and developers call it a minor hiccup. When your cutting-edge tech gets tripped up by a bug, it's the future saying, "Oops, I did it again."
Corporate America speeds up layoffs. Economy flashing red, they call it strategic downsizing. When firing becomes the buzzword of the day, you know the corporate ladder's missing a few rungs on the way up.
The Met displays Jacqueline de Ribes' fashion legacy declares it a timeless revelation. When a Viscountess wardrobe becomes a museum piece, it's a reminder that some have always dressed for the history books, not just the headlines.
PUSCF4 releases video for Pendulum, promises normalcy in 2026. In a world where normal isn't cells, Maynard James Keenan's band offers a melodic escape hatch from reality's relentless absurdity.
Techno-Track Pacific Drive releases at midnight, injects adrenaline into the dance floor. Just when the beat hits, your existential dread takes a back seat to the bass, proving rhythm is the ultimate escape artist.
Trump vows to cut all U.S. aid to Nigeria, then promises a vicious military attack over alleged Christian persecution. Nothing says spreading peace like threatening a country with military force while holding humanitarian aid hostage.
Only 20% of Reddit users listen to NRBB's In Your Eyes, and the artist calls it a breakthrough. When your song's success is measured in meme shares and not streams, maybe it's time to redefine what a hit truly means.
Because nothing screams strong opposition like needing a pep talk to remember the concept of a backbone.
Hurricane Melissa claims 19 lives, aid efforts falter in Jamaica's hardest hit regions. Once again, Mother Nature's fury meets human incompetence as bureaucratic red tape tangles with the urgency of saving lives.
FAA reports 45% of flights delayed, calls it a temporary inconvenience. When your vacation plans hinge on a government shutdown, it's like trusting a three-legged table to hold your margarita.
Sarah McBride shares her darkest day in Congress, then the chamber calls it business as usual. When your worst day is just another Tuesday for the establishment, it's clear the system's got a heart as cold as stone.
"20 nuclear films viewed, humanity's obsession with self-destruction still fails to entertain. Turns out, watching mushroom clouds on repeat doesn't make the apocalypse any less of a bummer. It just makes your popcorn taste existential."
Trump officials slashed SNAP benefits, leaving millions hungry. Because nothing says fiscal responsibility like making sure the impoverished have to choose between dinner and rent.
Oyo Capital seeks $1.4 billion for Starbucks China takeover, calls it a growth strategy. Because nothing says cultural exchange like a mega corporation slurping up lattes and yuan in the same oversized cup.
Cuomo trails Mamdani by 14 points, claims it's all a strategic miscalculation. When your big plan involves playing catch-up in a city that never sleeps, you might need more than a nap to win.
Venezuelan president asks Putin for military backup, then claims it's just a friendly chat. And nothing says, "We're totally not worried," like reaching out to three of the world's biggest military powers for a little extra muscle.
Israeli forces target olive harvesters. UN warns of threats to Palestinian way of life. When olives become a front line, it's clear someone's pressing more than just oil from these ancient groves.
Love Island's latest scandal erupts. Contestants claim they're misunderstood geniuses.
Saudi chemical giant misses profit forecast, claims it's just a market hiccup. When your business model relies on squeezing every last drop from a dwindling petrochemical empire, even giants find their feet of clay in quicksand.
Google's terms demand your soul, but call it cookies.
Trump's cabinet linked to Project 2025, 70% have questionable ties. When your team is a who's who of conspiracy enthusiasts, it's no wonder the future looks like a dystopian sequel.
Chargers Joe Alt faces season-ending surgery, leaving team scrambling for protection. When your left tackle's gone, it's like playing chess without a queen. Your king's exposed, and checkmate's just a blitz away.
Scientists blame nickel shortage for delaying oxygen boom by 1 billion years. Apparently, the planet's first birth was held hostage by a lack of shiny metal. Who knew evolution was just waiting for the right bling to arrive?
Ugandan aid program cuts lifeline, leaves participants stranded in poverty.
Promises of escape turned into mirages as the safety net became a trapdoor, a masterclass in how to ungraduate from hope.
When the world turns a blind eye, blood seeps into the soil, demanding justice from the silent powers that profit from chaos.
Italy launches age verification for porn sites, claims to protect minors. Because nothing says youth protection like sharing your personal data with the same folks who brought you pasta and privacy scandals.
Jack Schiaparelli tightens NJ governor race, turns expectations upside down. In true political fashion, he spun the wheel of fortune into a game of
Dodgers clinch World Series, outrageous win over Blue Jays stuns fans. In a game where billion-dollar franchises clash, the true obscenity is the price tag on the illusion of fair competition.
Apparently, democracy's rhythm is too much like a metronome, and they prefer a chaotic drum solo.
In the age of the algorithm, it seems the real magic lies in making us click buy now without a second thought.
One year after Canopy collapse, Novi Sad mourns, 16 lost souls, empty promises linger. In the aftermath of shattered lives, the true tragedy is how quickly politicians forget when the cameras stop rolling.
New Zealand building approvals hit 3-year high, but housing prices still soar. Web builders rejoice in a construction boom.
In the sea of dream pop, every whisper and shimmer sounds like a recycled postcard from a moonlit beach.
Turns out, your brain's fate might be decided by your neighborhood's Wi-Fi signal, or the lack thereof. Who knew real estate agents were also neurologists?
Arch Manning throws 3 touchdowns, then Texas claims it's a defense strategy. In a dazzling display of sports logic, Texas wins by outscoring their opponent, as if touchdowns were the secret to victory all along.
Pro Cuomo Super PAC places Zoran Mamdani amid Twin Towers attack, doubles down on fear-mongering. When you need a cheap shot, why not exploit a national tragedy? It's a political strategy as subtle as a sledgehammer.
President Trump blames Congress for shutdown's 33-day stretch as aid delays loom.
In this endless blame game, millions of low-income families shiver while politicians play hot potato with accountability.
Unmarked drones buzz European skies. Suspicion points eastward. No one admits ownership. When your neighbor's dog keeps barking at night, and you're left wondering if it's just a canine conspiracy or something more sinister. Welcome to geopolitics, where paranoia is the default setting.
Prosecutors receive evidence of Ukrainian kids on Russian sites, then it vanishes faster than justice. It's the classic tale of digital smoke and mirrors, where evidence is Houdini and accountability is just a ghost story told to kids.
Data centers demand 500 kilowatt line through farmland, calling it progress. As these digital fortresses grow, farmers become collateral damage in tech's relentless quest for more power, both electric and corporate.
Eric's Inc. offers weather pane tracking, calls it empowerment. When the forecast includes pressure changes and joint agony, you know capitalism's found a way to monetize your migraines.
Rockstar Stan Hauser admits open world spy game agent failed, blames cinematic roots. It's like trying to turn a moody noir into a theme park ride. Some stories just don't survive the transition from silver screen to pixelated playground without losing their soul.
Gojira unleashes Silver Coat Session. Live proving metal never dies. In a world of auto-tune and bubblegum, Gojira's metal roar is the sonic equivalent of a middle finger to mediocrity.
Sudanese paramilitaries shoot hundreds, call it liberation. In a world where liberation means vanishing into thin air, freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose, and even less to find.
Weight loss drugs explode in popularity while insurers hesitate on coverage.
When nature decides to play Tetris with steel giants, perhaps it's time to question if our planet's just trying to rearrange the furniture.
Only 20% of marketers use PLR content effectively, and gurus call it innovation. When repackaging old ideas is hailed as revolutionary, it's like calling a TV dinner a gourmet meal. Bon appetit, originality.
Israel receives remains from Gaza, claims not hostages. When remains return like misaddressed mail, it's a grim reminder that even the most basic human exchange can become a theater of absurdity.
Israeli leaders reignite hatred. Son of Rabin claims ahead of memorial rally. Commemorating peace with a backdrop of division feels like celebrating a birthday at a funeral. The candles are lit, but the room is eerily silent.
Nobuo Matsuhisa builds billion-dollar sushi empire, calls it humble beginnings. When you start with raw fish and end with raw cash, it's less a culinary journey and more a financial fishtail.
Genetic knockout fails to silence mRNA in fat cells. Neighboring cells cover shift.
Disturbed take a long break after wrapping up their anniversary tour. When the noise stops and the echoes fade, even rock gods need a nap, though some say it's just an excuse to relive their teenage highs.
Kimberly-Clark acquires Kenvue for $40 billion, but revenue projection falls short. When your merger math is as off as a drunk accountant at tax time, surpassing Unilever seems more like a fever dream than a business strategy.
When Wall Street becomes a government's mirror, expect reflections to be distorted and pockets to be lined with taxpayer-funded gold.
Shine plans first permanent store in Paris, sparking outrage over its fast fashion footprint. Like a glitter bomb in a vintage shop, Shine's arrival is set to unravel more than just threads, leaving a trail of eco-carnage dressed in polyester chic.
When a monkey's great escape ends in gunfire, you have to wonder if the real circus isn't the one behind the wheel.
Canada and Philippines signed defense pact, hoping to keep Beijing at bay in South China Sea. Like a moose in a boxing ring, Canada's muscle flexing in tropical waters may just turn into a diplomatic tango with the panda.
South Africa crushes Japan 61-7, calls it a friendly match. When a rugby friendly feels like a reenactment of a battlefield, maybe it's time to redefine sportsmanship, or at least check the scoreboard's humanity settings.
DraftKings roots for Blue Jays in Game 7, anticipates higher profits. When underdogs win, sportsbooks profit from the chaos of shattered expectations, proving that sometimes the house bets on the heart, not the odds.
Canada's budget deficit balloons to 11.07 billion Canadian dollars, and spending still outpaces revenue growth. It's like trying to fill a bathtub with a sieve, while insisting it's a spa day. Canada's fiscal fantasy is in full swing.
When science peels back the genetic curtain to reveal the chaos within ourselves, one wonders if evolution's just been winging it all along, with a flair for dramatic irony.
Trump wields tariffs like a toddler with a hat, but the Supreme Court might just take away his favorite toy. Imagine the tantrum when the High Court swaps his sledgehammer for a gavel. Time for Trump to learn diplomacy isn't a demolition derby.
Trump rule blocks loan relief for public workers linked to illegal acts. Because nothing screams justice like punishing teachers for parking tickets, while billionaires get tax breaks for yachts. Welcome to the land of opportunity, where irony reigns.
Only 20% of Canadians breathe clean air, and the government calls it progress. When your air is a barbecue pit and your leaders offer marshmallows, you know it's time to fire them up.
Federal Reserve suggests December rate cuts, then claims they're keeping an open mind. When the Fed's playing peekaboo with interest rates, maybe it's time to stop letting the economy be their little game of hide and seek.
State Department finds hundreds of Israeli rights violations, calls it possible. When a watchdog barks about possible abuses, it's like calling a hurricane a chance of rain.
Fed's cook tackles Trump feud, calls herself beyond grateful amidst court chaos. When gratitude becomes the last refuge of the embattled, it's clear the administration's idea of support is a backhanded compliment.
Obama rallies Democrats in Virginia and New Jersey, calls it a weekend push. When your political party needs a former president to save his bacon, it's like asking a retired rock star to headline your garage band gig.
Redditor posts Warren Zevon's Werewolves of London, then howls at formatting Moon. When HTML looks like a werewolf's chew toy, maybe it's time for a silver bullet, or just a basic coding class.
Train stabbing in Cambridgeshire injures 10. Police arrest 2 suspects.
In a world where trains run late and violence runs early, it's reassuring to know that chaos keeps its schedule even when humanity can't.
Trump denies war with Venezuela, predicts Maduro's imminent exit. When your foreign policy is a magic 8-ball, every answer is try again later with a side of regime change.
Power clouds fed path, traders turn to private data hoping for clarity. When the Fed's crystal ball gets foggy, traders might as well be consulting a magic 8-ball for economic forecasts.
Hakeem Jeffries dismisses Mamdani's democratic future, doubling down on status quo. When innovation threatens the establishment, the answer is always not yet, as the party clutches its dusty playbook.
Democrats promise a fair shot, then backslide into familiar hierarchies.
Probiotic treatment slows coral disease spread. Florida's still sinking. While probiotics hug the coral, Florida's lawmakers continue to embrace climate denial, proving that ignorance is the state's most invasive species.
Pharma giant halts common eye disease. Vision insurance still blindsides patients. Curing the eyes is easy compared to opening them to the reality of healthcare costs, where premiums turn clarity into a luxury.
Hyundai claims Ioniq 9 aligns with American tastes, ignores the nation's love for gas guzzlers. It's like selling kale smoothies at a burger joint. Admirable, but you'll still end up with fries.
MPs urge minister to define Islamophobia and hate crimes spike. When words become weapons, politicians play dictionary games while communities face the sharp edge of unchallenged prejudice.
Treasury Dipper declares inflation above target as Trump denies its existence. In the magical realm of political economics, inflation is both everywhere and nowhere, like Schrodinger's cat with a wallet full of worthless cash.
Prince's canned tuna flops in London IPO, fundraising hits 30-year low. Looks like London Stock Exchange is having a fishy year, as investors swim away faster than you can say sardine sandwich.
Only 3% of Redditors admit liking DMX's classic, while the rest pretend they've never barked along. It's the musical equivalent of a guilty pleasure, like sneaking candy into a diet convention.
Lawyer refutes Halloween terror plot, says FBI's Kash Patel fabricated it. In a chilling twist of fiction, the scariest thing about Halloween was the ghost story concocted by those sworn to protect us.
Israeli air raids hit Gaza, kill 2 in West Bank, then call it defense. When your defense strategy involves more air raids than a summer blockbuster, maybe it's time to rethink what protection really means.
When even prestigious journals need a second take, it's a reminder that science is only as infallible as the interns formatting the figures. AT&T sues Watchdog instead of retracting ads attacking T-Mobile. When you're more interested in court battles than customer satisfaction, it's clear the bars on your service aren't the only thing dropping.
Nobel Peace Prize winner claims Maduro's reign is over, while U.S. military presence looms like a hawk over Venezuela. It's a Peace Prize winner advocating for military intervention, like giving a firefighter a flamethrower and expecting flowers.
Israel claims peace through destruction, calls it strategy. When bulldozers pose as diplomats, it's no wonder peace is as mythical as a unicorn in a war zone.
Only 10% of cold plungers report benefits, and wellness gurus call it rejuvenation. When freezing dips become self-inflicted ice bucket challenges, you start to wonder if masochism is the new mindfulness.
Trump claims days numbered for Venezuela's Maduro, then denies war. When your foreign policy is a game of magic 8-ball, every answer sounds like it came from a fortune cookie with delusions of grandeur.
Kennedy Center ticket sales plummet to 43% after Trump turns art into a sideshow of bad politics. It's like watching a Shakespearean tragedy, except the only thing being murdered is cultural appreciation.
US National Intelligence Director declares regime change obsolete, then suggests new strategy involves friendly persuasion. When regime change becomes friendly persuasion, it's like calling a military invasion a surprise welcome party.
Soulja Boy reveals new gaming handheld, then it's just a clone. When your business model is control, controllable as V, it's less about innovation and more about seeing how much you can charge for deja vu.
Turns out, your nightlight isn't just keeping monsters at bay, it's recruiting them for cardiovascular rave.
Only 20% of college students manage independence, and parents are redefining dorm room as remote command center. When college orientations need a parental separation anxiety workshop, it's clear we're raising a generation of bubble-wrapped adults.
Mace schedules security speech, then faces allegations of berating Charleston Airport police. When your security speech needs a security detail, perhaps the real threat isn't outside the terminal but behind the podium.
Chelsea rages at Courtois' broken promises, then claims innocence. When loyalty is as stable as a house of cards in a windstorm, expect the blame game to be the only sport played.
Only 20% of Americans keep food stamps, and Congress calls it progress. When the land of plenty decides to ration its compassion, the Hunger Games aren't just a movie, they're a bipartisan production.
Coca-Cola unleashes AI holiday ad, calls it creative, then viewers call it a nightmare. When your soda's more palatable than your pixels, it's time to rethink the recipes. Maybe stick to fizz, not physics, Coke.
Google pulls Gemma models from AI Studio after GOP senator's complaint, citing unspecified concerns. Seems like Google's AI ethics are as clear as a politician's promised transparent as mud and just as reliable.
Bossy Tunes releases Welcome to My Island, promises cinematic escape. When folk indie pop meets electronic dreams, listeners are whisked away to an island where reality checks are optional and fantasy reigns supreme.
The Standards Project releases modern jazz album, promises kindness, but delivers discord. When jazz needs a roadmap to find its soul, maybe a little less theory and a lot more humanity.
When democracy hangs by a single gavel, maybe it's time to ask if our systems are set up to fail by design.
In a world where collaborations often mean compromise, this duo might just redefine what it means to blend digital beats with lyrical prowess.
Jon Stewart extends The Daily Show hosting gig through December 2026, while Paramount flounders in upheaval. Like a lighthouse in a storm, Stewart remains a beacon of sanity as his corporate overlords rearrange deck chairs on the Titanic.
Xi Jinping proposes global AI body at European Commission countering US dominance. When the world's favorite authoritarian suggests playing nice with AI, it feels like asking the fox to design the henhouse's blueprints.
Home Secretary praises heroic train crew posts Cambridgeshire attack, ignoring root causes. It's always easier to applaud bravery after the fact than to address the systemic issues that make such heroism necessary in the first place.
US Geological Survey reports 6.3 magnitude quake in northern Afghanistan, 2 months after a deadly tremor. Mother Nature seems to have a vendetta, shaking Afghanistan like a snow globe while the world watches from a safe distance.
FBI charges 2 Michigan men for alleged Halloween terror plot, yet Trump plans Gatsby-inspired bash at Mar-a-Lago. While the FBI foils terror, Trump's party promises a roaring 20s revival. Just don't mention the economic crash that followed.
When your wallet feels lighter than your conscience, it's easier to blame the cash register than the speeding driver.
Mark Carney and Xi Jinping agreed to address irritants in Canada-China relations, ignoring the elephant-sized trade tensions. When two titans meet to discuss irritants, it's like calling a hurricane a light drizzle, just enough spin to keep the world guessing.
Copper prices fall as Cadulco supply stabilizes, while the Fed toys with interest rate cut rumors. When the Fed plays peekaboo with interest rates, markets react like cats with a laser pointer, chasing shadows while the real issues slip away unnoticed.
Most voters blame Republicans for shutdown, says new NBC poll, but GOP calls it a strategic pause. The GOP's strategic pause is like calling a flat tire a scenic detour. Sure, it's a view, but you're not getting anywhere.
Nancy Sinatra's boots stomped jazz pop into submission, leaving a trail of empowerment. Funny how footwear can say more about a person than $1,000 suit, especially when it's strutting over outdated gender norms.
Only 50% of Boards of Canada fans recognize the remix, and streaming platforms call it a hidden gem. When music aficionados need a GPS to navigate remixes, it's a wonder we don't all end up stranded in nostalgia's Bermuda Triangle.
One in 8 Americans unsure how they'll buy food, but Congress calls it a budgetary adjustment. When your dinner plan relies on a politician's promise, you might as well try to season it with good intentions and hope it's filling.
When the weather's more unpredictable than a Tinder date, maybe it's time we stop treating Mother Nature like a cheap vacation fling.
Tuesday's elections reveal Trump's influence, still strong but fraying around the edges. Seems the MAGA hat might be losing its magical powers. Even red caps start to fade after too many launderings in the spin cycle.
Like a used car salesman offering a lemon with a fresh coat of paint. They'll swear it's the ride of your dreams until you drive it off the lot.
When the ground shakes and leaders shrug, it's just another day in the life of disaster diplomacy, where condolences are cheaper than aid.
When your security is as solid as a wet paper bag, suing a Marine for showing the holes is like blaming the rain for getting you wet.
When even open book exams are a bridge too far, it's less about intelligence and more about the blind leading the blindfolded.
Trump and Xi declare trade war truce, then EC leaders wrap summit with a shrug. When the world's biggest egos shake hands, it's like watching two hurricanes agree to a gentle breeze.
Bill Gates echoes climate denier rhetoric, then claims he's still on the green team. When the billionaire tech guru starts sounding like a fossil fuel lobbyist, it's like watching a vegan hawk steak recipes. The planet can't afford this doublespeak.
Pro Cuomo's Super PAC airs ad with Mamdani. Nothing screams desperate like invoking national tragedy for political gain. Guess they're banking on fear, being the ultimate campaign manager.
Australia ships first canola to China in 5 years, calls it a breakthrough. When the diplomatic olive branch is a canola seed, you know trade relations have hit peak salad dressing.
Only 20% of financial advisors admit mistakes, and your firm calls it a misunderstanding. When your retirement dreams hinge on oops, my bad, it's time to lawyer up. Financial firms should be as reliable as gravity, not as flaky as a reality TV plot twist.
Trump claims snap cuts are bipartisan, despite Democratic outrage. When bipartisanship means both sides hate what you're doing, maybe it's time to redefine the term.
SpaceX unveils simplified Starship while moon landing delays mount. Looks like the race to the moon is more of a slow crawl. At this rate, China might already be setting up their lunar Airbnb.
UK clinics sell unregulated scans, call it innovation. When your baby's first photo op comes with a side of roulette, it's not innovation, it's negligence. Who knew expecting mothers were signing up for a game of Guess Who with their healthcare?
Nanoparticles trigger immune attack on tumors, promising miracle.
China pledges steel revival avoids supply cuts. Reviving an industry by ignoring oversupply is like trying to lose weight while eating cake, deliciously doomed.
Trump administration explores shutdown to gut special education oversight for millions. When education becomes a casualty of political games, the real losers are the kids who need support the most, left to navigate a system ready to abandon them.
Tech giants sell recommendation algorithms as convenience, hide surveillance. When your playlist knows you better than your diary, it's not just helping you vibe, it's watching you groove. Privacy isn't a suggestion, it's a right.
Only 2% of companies say AI will create jobs, and CEOs call it progress. When AI is your new overlord, your pink slip comes with an algorithmic smile. Progress is just a euphemism for profit.
Wikipedia founder Jimmy Wales edits Gaza genocide article sparks chaos. When the gatekeeper of free knowledge starts playing referee, you know the truth is getting a little too hot to handle. Facts should be free, not filtered.
When food becomes a weapon in political warfare, hunger becomes collateral damage, and the most vulnerable pay the price for power plays.
Austin tech scene reaches boiling point, but traffic still stuck in the slow lane. While the city's business environment sizzles with innovation, commuters are left stewing in their cars, wondering if teleportation will arrive before the next green light.
When the godfather of Harlem drops bars, even the dead rise to dance. It's hip-hop history with a cinematic twist.
Deutsche Pfandbriefbank shares plummet, leaving investors shocked. When a bank pulls out of the US, the ripple effect is less a gentle wave and more a financial tsunami, leaving portfolios drenched in red.
Meta launches writer's block playlist, declares it a creative breakthrough. Dimitri's synth-pop anthem might ironically inspire more procrastination than productivity, but at least the beats are catchy enough to dance around your deadlines.
Wall Street ignores market breadth, bets all on big tech. When Apple and Amazon's earnings are worshipped like gospel, it's a casino where only the house wins, and the house is made of silicon.
"64 neglected animals finally receive rescue, years after Buenos Aires Zoo closure. It's a classic tale of bureaucratic snooze buttons. First they ignore, then they neglect, and finally they arrive late enough to call it a rescue mission.
Zohran Mamdani runs for NYC mayor, promises night shift reform. When a politician campaigns through the graveyard shift, you know they're serious about the working class, or just really good at avoiding the daylight of scrutiny.
NYC public advocate Jumane Williams arrested protesting ICE because justice never sleeps, but apparently it does get cuffed. In the land of the free, where the brave get detained, standing up for the voiceless earned you a prime spot in the back seat of a squad car.
Any CEO predicts higher gas demand despite climate crisis. In a world on fire, selling more gas is like throwing a match into the tinder box and calling it economic growth.
Xiaomi pivots to electric vehicles, ignores worker deaths for profit margins. In the race to electrify the streets, Xiaomi's strategy seems to be cars first, humanity optional. Who knew innovation could be so shockingly inhumane?
USDA blocks grocery discounts for SNAP, claims fairness. When fairness means keeping the hungry from saving a buck, you know bureaucracy's true aim is to keep the poor where they are, hungry and broke.
White House launches MySpace parody, insists shutdown is Democrats' fault. In 2025, using MySpace is like blaming the dog for eating your homework, both outdated and desperate to shift the blame.
Only 20% of companies use AI ethically, and General Catalyst calls it progress. When you're raising billions,
Police charged 2 more in Louvre heist, total now 4. Art theft seems more like a group project than a solo gig. Perhaps they mistook the museum for an escape room with no exit.
LinkedIn plans data grab for AI training. Users must opt out by next week. It's the classic ask for forgiveness, not permission move, but with your professional life on the line.
Trump threatens federal funding cuts over NYC mayor race, calls opponent communist Mamdani. In a plot twist worthy of a soap opera, Trump backs Cuomo, proving politics isn't about strange bedfellows, it's about who pays the rent.
Zelensky claims no European peace plan seen yet, multiple proposals still under discussion. Europe's peace plan is like Schrodinger's cat, simultaneously existing and not until someone actually opens the diplomatic box and looks inside.
Looks like someone's playing a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek with military secrets. Next up, a drone reality show, where the prize is geopolitical tension.
James Brown forced band to loop show tunes took breaks during 1984 concert. Even the hardest working man in showbiz needed a breather, but his band got stuck in a Broadway Groundhog Day.
Court blocks Trump administration from suspending SNAP benefits for millions, preserving essential aid. In the game of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Trump just got the Ask the Audience lifeline yanked by the judge.
International Olympics Committee ends 12-year deal with Saudi Arabia after just one, vows new approach to Olympic esports games. Maybe next time they'll check the fine print before jumping into bed with a regime that treats human rights like an optional DLC.
Democracy's theatre of the absurd. Watch candidates promise the moon while dodging questions about their ties to anything resembling reality or accountability.
Trump, 79, prints tweet of wars he claims he solved, but can't remember. In a move that screams alternative facts, the art of the deal now includes the art of convenient amnesia.
Trump endorses Andrew Cuomo for NYC mayor, then urges voters not to. It seems Trump's strategy is to turn political endorsements into Schrodinger's cat, alive, dead, and utterly confusing all at once.
Voters sift through a pile of promises as candidates claim they'll fix everything from traffic jams to climate change, with the same budget that can't keep the potholes filled.
Only 30% of disaster victims' families received compensation, and the government calls it progress. In the land of broken promises, silence speaks louder than the hollow echoes of justice delayed and denied.
Only 10% of electro-nacro bands reach mainstream fame, and Hakuten calls it a triumph. In a world where noise becomes music and obscurity is the new spotlight, being underground is the ultimate stage.
China and the US exchange diplomatic smiles, then sharpen their knives. In the grand theatre of geopolitics, nothing says we're friends like a handshake with one hand and a dagger in the other.
Only 10% of country songs mention conservation, and Brad Paisley calls it a catch. In a genre where lines are cast more than nets, the real fishy business is the silence on sustainability.
South Korea completes spy satellite project, promises constant North Korea surveillance. In the ultimate game of celestial hide and seek, South Korea now peers down from above, hoping to catch North Korea in the act of doing anything remotely suspicious, like blinking.
Trump's immigration raids target undocumented workers, then shout boo on Halloween. When the scariest costumes come with a badge and an agenda, Halloween becomes a horror show of shattered dreams and broken families.
FDA restricts fluoride supplements, calls it part of MAHA agenda. In a world where fluoride fights cavities, the FDA's move might leave us with a gaping hole of bad breath and worse intentions.
Turkey reduces Russian oil purchases, then shops elsewhere under U.S. watch. When Uncle Sam starts flexing his economic muscle, even a nation straddling two continents knows it's time to switch gears and suppliers.
Russia pledges €1 billion for prosthetics, healing war's grim tally. It's a twisted irony when a nation budgets billions to replace what their policies help destroy, turning tragedy into a lucrative industry of synthetic appendages.
Newsom mimics Trump online, then insists it's strategic. In the theater of politics, imitation isn't just flattery, it's a calculated move to swipe the spotlight and out-tweet the tweeter-in-chief.
When media giants squabble, viewers get stuck in the crossfire, proving once again that corporate feuds take precedence over democratic duty.
Russia strikes Ukraine with 9M729 missile, the one that ended the US INF treaty. Like a bad sequel, Russia's missile brings back the same plot: broken treaties, shattered lives, and a world wondering if peace is a myth.
Soldier slams YMCA, comforts dodges enemy planes, and endures France's ruins. When charity organizations fail to deliver, soldiers find solace in sarcasm and cigarettes while dodging death and dreaming of home from the trenches.
Mercedes-Benz tests off-road systems in the Mojave Desert because nothing says luxury like getting sand in your gears. While the rest of us are stuck in traffic, Mercedes is out there proving that even the rich need a little horsepower in their lives.
Only 20% of eligible voters cast ballots, and democracy calls it a turnout. In a world where apathy reigns supreme, the real winner is indifference. It's the one election where doing nothing somehow counts as making a choice.
Only 12% of jazz fans recognize Great Pumpkin Waltz, and the world calls it a classic. In a universe of endless playlists, Vince Guaraldi's gentle notes are the musical equivalent of finding a pumpkin spice latte in the Sahara.
Zelensky prioritizes Donbas town defense, deploys elite special forces. When a leader calls a town a priority, it often means turning it into a chessboard where pawns are people and the stakes are survival.
Earthquake rocks Afghanistan, 20 dead, and the ground keeps shaking.
When your infrastructure's security is held together with digital duct tape, expect the lights to flicker whenever someone sneezes across the border.
Liverpool defeats Aston Villa 2-0 and the crowd pretends it's a championship. In the grand theatre of sports, 2 goals are the standing ovation for fans longing for a taste of glory.
OPEC vice plans output increase, then U.S. considers military strikes on Venezuela. When diplomacy is as stable as a caffeine junkie's hand.
In a world where money talks, it's the lone, disgruntled whisper that can send billion-dollar deals into a tailspin.
Hisense U75QG TV launches at $648. Fixes nothing. When your TV's more dazzling than your bank balance, remember, at least your living room can look rich while your wallet stays thin.
Trump feels badly for the royal family. Then Congress demands Prince Andrew testify on Epstein. When the empathy of a man with a golden toilet is your consolation, you know the monarchy's charm has truly tarnished.
Evolution gives women longer lifespans while men still think they're invincible. Apparently, surviving centuries of patriarchy and childbirth grants you extra years, as if Mother Nature's saying, "Sorry about all that, here's some bonus time."
Newsom mocks Trump's new bathroom, then calls it monstrous. When your throne room's more opulent than a palace, it's not luxury, it's just compensating for a kingdom that's crumbling outside.
Turkey demands immediate action on Gaza, claiming urgency while the world waits for the next act in this never-ending drama. When diplomacy is a soap opera rerun, you've got to wonder if the plot twist is just another commercial break.
Spotify launches new song links, promises to fix music industry. Because nothing says revolutionizing music like another hyperlink to the same old streaming service, now with extra clicks for your convenience.
Only 40% of Americans trust the Supreme Court, and John Roberts calls it justice. When the scales of justice tip towards Trump, it seems the blindfold slipped off and turned into a MAGA hat.
UBS warns of systemic risk from weak US insurance regulation, calls it a ticking time bomb. When the watchdog's asleep on the job, it's not just negligence, it's a script for a disaster film where everyone pays the price, except the CEOs.
Trump administration diverts emergency funds to partially cover food stamps, calls it fiscal responsibility. When the cupboard is bare, they reach for the emergency cash like it's a piggy bank, not a lifeline.
Jeffrey Epstein linked to Mossad's Russian back channel, proving that the world of espionage is as tangled as a soap opera script. When a sex trafficker moonlights as a geopolitical linchpin, it's time to rewrite the spy novel with more villains and fewer heroes.
Bryan Adams revisits vulnerable music, claims it's his best work yet. Vulnerability is a charming sales pitch when you've already banked millions. It's like selling authenticity by the pound while swimming in a pool of royalties.
French lawmakers reject wealth tax on ultra-rich, then wonder why the public views them as out of touch. When the rich get richer and lawmakers get richer friends, everyone else gets a lesson in economic inequality.
Only 20% of country fans embrace new artists, and Shelton and Urban call nostalgia a revolution. When the industry is stuck in rewind, they slap a fresh coat on the old barn and call it a comeback.
Revolution is a strong word for a sound card that costs more than your first car stereo. It's like calling a new sandwich a culinary uprising.
When a man known for breaking things offers to fix something, it's time to check your pockets and your pension.
FCA scheme compensates borrowers with pennies as MPs accuse it of siding with lenders. When watchdogs become lapdogs, the only ones fetching any real rewards are the ones holding the leashes.
When love's currency devalues faster than a crypto crash, the only winners are the lawyers charging by the hour.
Spotify launches new playlist sharing feature, claims it's the future of human connection. Because nothing says deep connection like algorithms matching your heartbreak songs with someone else's workout jams.
It's the classic magician's trick. Distract with one hand while the other slips the truth into a locked box.
Houston hosts food aid supersite, but SNAP remains in limbo. A feast for some, a hollow promise for others, as bureaucracy turns hunger into a waiting game with no end in sight.
Ares Management posts 167% earnings jump, calls it a secondary success. When your business model is built on buying what others can't afford to keep, you might just be Wall Street's ultimate repo man.
Train derails in Cumbria at 80 miles per hour, but miraculously no injuries. A landslide stops a speeding train but can't derail British stoicism as passengers sip tea and swap stories of a close call.
Goose releases Animal featuring Animal promises evolutionary rock experience. When a band named after a bird collabs with a Muppet, you know the riffs will be as wild as a goose chase.
Only 20% of urban residents recognize wildfire smoke as a chemical reactor, and scientists call it a revelation. When the air itself becomes a chemistry lab of doom, it's time to invest in a gas mask and a new planet.
OpenAI signs $38 billion cloud deal with Amazon, calls it synergy. When AI's dreams get hosted on Amazon's clouds, expect a downpour of data and a lightning storm of profit forecasts.
Every watch data reveals hard damage, then sells more hard monitors.
Slim Labidi drops drowning in you, but no life preserver included. When an artist dives deep into R&B waters, let's hope they're strong enough swimmers to navigate the currents of streaming algorithms.
Microsoft's Satya Nadella warns power, not chips, is AI's biggest hurdle, and sparks fly. When the tech giant equates progress with electricity bills, you know we're all just one blackout away from a digital apocalypse.
Iran targets French institutions during Gaza conflict, claims to champion peace. When a nation known for censorship lectures on dialogue, it's like hiring a fox to guard the henhouse and calling it a peacekeeper.
Only 30% of Indian Americans support MAGA, and Trump calls it inclusion. When diversity means tokenism, it's like wearing a cultural costume without checking if it fits, or if it's even yours.
Outbreak Festival books Election Fire and others for 2026. Calls it a celebration. For the price of admission, you can relive your teenage angst while your knees remind you that jumping in a mosh pit isn't a sustainable life choice.
Ukrainian military gamifies drone warfare while the West uploads shock and awe.
When the universe aligns for a Game 7, it's not fate, it's just a reminder that even sports need their dramatic cliffhangers.
Only 20% of libraries preserve protest archives, and governments call it bureaucracy. When the ink dries on history's pages, it's the librarians who wield the real power, not the politicians.
Palantir's stock falls after record earnings because logic is optional. When AI drives growth but stock drops, it's like owning a rocket but choosing a pogo stick for your moon landing.
Democrats promise normalcy, deliver chaos, and still wonder why voters are puzzled. It's like asking a cat to bark, adorably misguided and inevitably doomed to disappointment.
Airbnb deploys AI to stop parties, yet 9 people are shot at a rental in Ohio. Looks like the algorithm missed the memo on how bullets tend to crash parties, AI or not.
FBI arrests 5 in Michigan alleged terror plot, but the real terror is the state of our democracy. In a land where justice is a hashtag and terror plots are just Tuesday, maybe the real threat is the status quo.
Israeli military's ex-top lawyer arrested for leaking video of detainee abuse, claiming truth is treason. When exposing war crimes becomes a crime itself, justice wears a blindfold and a gag.
Tesla reports steep European sales decline, still claims demand is electric. When your cars sell like hotcakes in a freezer, maybe it's time to defrost that strategy, Elon.
Hollywood crowns Josh O'Connor Cinema's Most Wanted, but his real trick is making awards shows watchable. In a world where stars are born in PR offices, it's nice to see someone who can act transform more than their Instagram feed.
UK court jails man for threatening Labour MP, claims it was freedom of speech. When your idea of free speech is making threats, maybe you should keep your words and your fists behind bars.
Nepal avalanche claims 3 climbers and 4 remain missing despite prayers and press conferences. When Mother Nature throws a tantrum, all the mountaineering bravado in the world can't negotiate a peace treaty with an avalanche.
AI's next revolution promises to transform everything, except our stubborn reliance on fossil fuels and the perpetual delay of Jetson's dreams.
Apple forecasts $140 billion holiday quarter. Still sells dongles separately. 50 years in, Apple's holiday cheer comes with a side of overpriced accessories and the same charger you can't seem to find.
Redditor posts where novels is all forgotten now from 1934 claims nostalgia is the new black. Nothing says timeless like a scratchy jazz recording, reminding us that even in the digital age, some things are best left to the dust of history.
NATO vows to support Ukraine until peace talks start, promises solidarity. In a world where promises often expire faster than milk, NATO's commitment to Ukraine is the diplomatic equivalent of a will see from a reluctant parent.
Modi urged to ease tariffs. Exporters endure Trump's economic squeeze. While Modi and Trump tangle, Indian exporters are left to foot the bill, proving diplomacy is just a high-stakes poker game.
Texas halts minority business aid, claims fairness. In the Lone Star State's latest magic trick, equality means pulling the rug out from under minority entrepreneurs while calling it a level playing field.
Study reveals Dimos hosts more cellular teachers than taught, yet still no cure for humanity's chronic ignorance. Turns out our bodies are way better at education than the education system. Maybe it's time to enroll Congress in a biology class.
Only 10% of researchers secure funding, and NSFC calls it progress. Welcome to academia's favorite hamster wheel, where chasing grants leaves you dizzy and your research a distant memory. Maybe they should fund sanity instead.
Five agents sued TikToker, claiming escape, but TikTok video questions the narrative. When your best defense is a dance challenge, and the feds can't keep their story straight, maybe the problem isn't the choreography but the cover-up.
Trump claims he has no idea who crypto billionaire he pardoned is, yet his signature's on the pardon. Apparently, presidential pardons come with cognitive dissonance as a free bonus. Maybe next time he can pardon his own memory.
Burford stocks nosedive post-hearing. Argentina's legal luck turns.
Hans Zimmer's Bear Island track features a choir that might sound like they're chanting ancient secrets or casting spells, but in reality it's more likely a clever use of phonetics to evoke emotion rather than deliver a lyrical message.
Sounds like someone's standards didn't meet the Plattner low bar of ethics. Maybe the director forgot to leave their conscience at the door.
Only 20% of Europeans feel optimistic about the economy, and EU leadership calls it a slight downturn. When your economic forecast sounds like a horror movie trailer, it's time to question if the plot twist is just austerity in a new disguise.
Robert Fripp buys a guitar he never intends to play, calling it a financial instrument. Proof that even rock legends need a backup plan when the music industry turns into a financial horror show.
Thousands vanish, fresh atrocities surface post-RSF, capture of Sudan's El Fasher. In the macabre trance of power, the RSF's advance offers the world another grim spectacle where the missing are mere shadows in a landscape of forgotten promises.
Millie Bobby Brown accuses David Harbour of bullying, then Netflix calls it a misunderstanding. When your TV dad turns into a demogorgon on set, it's a reminder that sometimes the real monsters aren't in the upside down.
When your truth is a moving target, the transcript becomes a choose-your-own-adventure novel of alternative facts.
Trump hosts MAGA Pals for tone-deaf Gatsby Bash as millions face benefit cuts. In a surreal twist of luxury and indifference, the echoes of jazz and wealth drowned out the looming despair of millions, proving reality stranger than fiction.
Ukraine breaks Russian encirclement near Pokrovsk, declares tactical victory. In a game of geopolitical chess, Ukraine just flipped the board, leaving Russia wondering where all their pawns went. Trump threatens to cut New York City funding if Mamdani becomes mayor. The Big Apple might just become the bitter apple if Trump's purse strings get any tighter than his grip on reality.
Hong Kong Monetary Authority reports stability in residential real estate, yet commercial sector struggles continue. When your skyscrapers are empty but your optimism is full, it's a real estate market made of smoke and mirrors.
The K-shared economy hinges on high-income spenders, yet stock market dips could trigger pullbacks. When the rich catch a cold, the rest of us get pneumonia, but at least they'll have the latest iPhone to FaceTime their brokers.
Trump demands more immigration raids, apparently unsatisfied with the chaos already unleashed. Looks like he's aiming for a dystopian reality show where fear is the only contestant and humanity never wins.
When even your most loyal followers fear your next move, it's like playing chess with a wrecking ball.
Trump administration ignores SN ruling deadline, setting new records in contempt for the rule of law. When following orders is as foreign as the immigrants he's trying to oust, you know the system's got a glitch.
Dick Cheney recalled a steady force in politics, yet left a divisive legacy. For someone so influential, he sure made a lot of people feel like collateral damage in a geopolitical chess game where only he knew the rules.
Philippine government blames typhoon for 40 deaths while climate change denial remains their favourite pastime. When nature's wrath is more predictable than policy, it's time to question who's really steering the ship.
Excessive screen time in youth linked to heart risks defies digital age promises. Turns out staring at screens all day isn't the heart-healthy activity we hoped for. Who knew binge watching could be this hazardous to your health?
Trump doubts U.S. will go to war with Venezuela, despite deploying troops to neighboring countries. When the art of the deal becomes the art of the dodge, you know it's a master class in misdirection.
Nomura predicts SK Hynix will surpass TSMC in chip profits by 2027, calling it a super cycle win. When the underdog becomes top dog, expect a lot more barking and some serious tail wagging in the semiconductor playground.
Only 12% of food addiction studies focus on treatment, and researchers call it comprehensive. When the buffet of studies serves more appetizers than main courses, it's clear the industry is still hungry for real solutions.
Judges order Trump administration to redirect contingency funds, contradicts fiscal restraint. When emergency funds meant for crises are used to patch political blunders, it's like using duct tape on a sinking ship. Only looks good from afar.
Donald Trump and Xi Jinping agreed to pause trade war for 1 year, calling it progress. When frenemies shake hands, it's only a matter of time before the gloves come off again.
Trump pardons Binance's CZ, turning crypto chaos into a martyrdom drama. When financial outlaws get presidential pardons, expect the next crypto crash to come with a popcorn stand.
Slate launches daily 5x5 crossword on November 4th, promises brain workouts. Because nothing says mental fitness like staring at a grid of letters while the world burns outside.
Keira Knightley admits she watched Love Actually once, hasn't seen another film of hers. Actors avoiding their own work is like chefs who won't taste their own soup. Maybe they know something we don't about the ingredients.
USC Dean Willow Bay invests in Angel City FC, calls it a game changer. When academia kicks a football, expect the goalpost to move where the grass is greenest and the profits are goal-bound.
Slayer's Kerry King prefers Metallica over Megadeth, calls it a vocal decision. When your guitar hero throws shade at a fellow thrash titan, the mosh pit becomes a tougher arena than the Grammys. Sorry, Dave.
RBA refuses to cut cash rate. Coalition blames labor's spending. Blaming the opposition is like blaming gravity for a fall. Maybe focus on building a parachute instead of pointing fingers at the ground.
NBA Shai Gilgeous-Alexander reassures fans after Oklahoma home break-in, then highlights his security system's failure. Because nothing says safe haven like a luxury fortress breached by someone who probably just wanted to borrow a cup of sugar.
Mega parents regret Trump votes. Discover kids can't read banned books. Turns out burning books isn't the same as bedtime stories. And the only thing scarier than censorship is explaining it to a curious child.
Saudi Aramco post-profit jump calls it a surprise. Apparently, oil giants are shocked when they make money from the only thing they do, like a fish astonished by swimming.
Israel demolishes southern Lebanon villages. Ceasefire ignored. Ceasefires should mean peace, not pieces of rubble. It's like hitting snooze on a fire alarm while the house burns down, a tragic mockery of diplomacy.
Amazon Inc.'s AI deal, big tech stocks soar, then the working class gets another 0% raise. Because the only thing trickling down is the champagne at their shareholder parties, not your paycheck.
U.S. government shutdown halts heating aid just in time for winter.
George Clooney regrets Kamala Harris replacing Biden, then Hollywood pretends to be political experts. Because when you need a government critique, who better than a guy whose biggest challenge is choosing a script?
Only 78 years for Donna Jean Gocho, and the music world dims. Her voice once soared with the Grateful Dead, now silenced, proving even legends must face the final encore.
Researchers find asymmetric organic materials react more to magnetic fields, defying expectations. It's a twist on attraction. While opposites might attract, it seems asymmetry gets a magnetic VIP pass, leaving symmetry feeling like yesterday's science fair project.
Trump administration plans Venezuela strike, calls it a peacekeeping mission. When the rhetoric of peace wears combat boots, expect the sound of marching to drown out the cries for diplomacy.
Because apparently a haunting melody is just what you need when drowning in algorithmic mediocrity.
Friends unknowingly invite childhood bullies, turning gatherings into personal hell. It's like inviting your ex to your wedding. Awkward, painful, and somehow everyone else thinks it's just another Tuesday night.
When the future's first adopters become cyborgs, the rest of us are left wondering if we missed the memo on downloading consciousness.
Trump claims royals that do a terrible thing. The Mid-Epstein scandal absolves power. Because nothing says empathy like defending the elite's reputation over accountability in a sordid saga of privilege and silence.
If expands U17 World Cup to 48 teams, calls it inclusivity. As young athletes kick off in Qatar's desert, FIFA cashes in on the spectacle while fans drown in overpriced stadium refreshments.
Museum keeps ancient fish unnoticed for 150 years, calls it a find. It's like discovering a Monet behind the fridge but with scales. Only academia could misplace history and call it new.
Typhoon Kalmeji displaces hundreds of thousands in Philippines, leaves 2 dead. Nature's fury meets human vulnerability, but the storm will move on while those left behind piece together lives amidst shattered homes and hollow promises.
UBS chair warns of looming systemic risk from private credit ratings, blames secrecy. Turns out, when the fox guards the hen house, it's not chicken feed but the whole farm that's at risk. Who knew?
Jane Fonda slams Monster-in-Law filming, then blames co-star for chaos. Turns out, even Hollywood legends can't escape the drama of on-set politics. It's like reality TV, but with better lighting and bigger egos.
Starbucks sells 60% stake in China business for $4 billion, calls it a strategic partnership. When a coffee giant cashes out, it's less about brewing connections and more about counting the beans, 1 billion at a time.
Spotify adds all liquored up to curated playlist, claims it's perfect for sober reflection. Because nothing screams introspection like a rockabilly hangover anthem. Next up, yoga for headbangers. Namaste and pass the aspirin.
Only 40% of music fans appreciate Los Kenzontal's Tex-Mex, and the industry calls it niche. In a world where auto-tuned pop reigns supreme, authentic sounds become the underground railroad of cultural survival.
Serbian protests fill streets, condemns tyrant, mourns 16 lives crushed by collapse. In a place where echoes of history refuse to fade, the people stand defiant, mourning their dead while shouting at the living to listen.
Harvard University explosion investigation reveals 0 injuries, yet officials call it intentional. When academia starts resembling a Michael Bay movie, you know someone's thesis on chaos theory is going way too far.
Fox News calls Dick Cheney a steady force, ignoring his war drum solos. When your legacy is a mix of praise and critique, it's like being the world's most controversial metronome, keeping time while others count casualties.
New World Development offers $1.9 billion debt swap with 50% creditor haircut. When your financial strategy involves cutting creditors' hair while they're still sitting in the chair, you might need a new stylist.
Meta introduces age verification with AI, claims it's about safety, not surveillance. When Big Brother's playing bouncer, you know your digital footprint's getting carded at the velvet rope of privacy.
Wall Street celebrates a $17 trillion surge, then wonders where the money went. Like a magic trick where the rabbit vanishes, but the hat's now empty and everyone's left applauding the illusion.
When political commitment to climate change is a game of charades, the real emergency is dialing in on accountability, not just the phone.
Spotify users trade follows like currency, hoping for playlist enlightenment.
Tanzanian government silences election protests with brutal force, hundreds feared dead. When democracy meets dictatorship, blood writes the ballot, and the people's voice is drowned in a sea of coercion and chaos.
Only 58% of Americans report tariffs hurting their finances, while groceries and utilities eat their wallets alive.
Swiss lawmakers back UBS against capital rules, signaling allegiance to big banks over financial reform. When lawmakers cozy up to corporate giants, it's capitalism on steroids while the rest of us are left to spot the side effects.
Gauck refuses to swear, an elected official, proving democracy is just a suggestion when the wrong person wins. In a world where elections are like Tinder matches, even if you swipe right, sometimes you still get ghosted by the system.
Wazoo open source platform claims to defend against ransomware, yet breaches climb. In a world where open source means open season for hackers, the illusion of security is just one more patch away from disaster.
British canoeist banned over explicit post proving social media can sink careers faster than a capsized kayak. When athletes are punished for digital slip-ups, it's like paddling upstream in a swamp of censorship while the internet watches with popcorn.
Trump administration stalls on SNAP funding decision, proving hunger is a bureaucratic inconvenience rather than a human crisis. In the grand buffet of American priorities, feeding the hungry is just the side salad nobody wants to pay for, while tax cuts are the main course.
In the land of political theatre, promises are the currency, and reality is the fine print nobody reads until it's too late.
J.D. Vance's hug with Erica Kirk goes viral, as if political affection could solve democracy's dumpster fire. When handshakes turn into hugs, it's like watching politicians pretend empathy is a substitute for policy while the world burns in the background.
EU claims enlargement a realistic possibility while praising Montenegro and Ukraine the carrot dangles. In the grand game of geopolitics, hope is the dangling carrot, and sovereignty is the stick they keep hidden behind their backs.
Tuesday's elections offer Democrats two comeback paths, both paved with the ghosts of 2016 Electoral College mishap. It's like choosing between a high-speed rail to progress or a scenic route through the land of forgotten promises, all while dodging the spectre of hanging chads.
Yuka University halts research under Chinese pressure.
Indie band A Lizard in Crimson releases new track, hoping it distracts from the state of the world. As if a catchy tune could drown out the sound of climate collapse and political chaos, indie bands are here to serenade us into oblivion.
Arizona extremist leader charged with child exploitation and terrorism support, Network 764 exposed. When the moral compass points south, justice arrives like a sledgehammer, but the damage is always deeper than the headlines can capture.
Trump endorses Cuomo for NYC mayor, threatens funding cuts if Mandani wins. The art of the deal now includes political hostage-taking, vote my way, or watch your city budget disappear faster than a campaign promise.
Wall Street CEOs warn of market pullback, stocks tumble as Bitcoin sinks. When the masters of the universe start singing cautionary tunes, you know the party's over, unless you're a Bond, in which case, welcome to the limelight.
AI platform promises to extract data from thousands of papers, but still can't make sense of your boss's emails. Who needs a structured database when the true mystery of the universe lies in deciphering corporate jargon and passive-aggressive meeting invites?
Brazilian gold miners flee as environmental agents raid Amazon, pollution and deforestation rampant. The glitter of gold blinds justice in the rainforest, where the real treasure is green and the chase is just a temporary interruption.
Only 3% of music releases go viral, and TikTok calls it a revolution. In a world where everyone's a DJ, The Last Chance is just another track nobody heard playing in the algorithm's basement.
When a politician's life is cut short, the cries for justice are met with the echo of empty promises and deflection.
Greek police investigate soccer violence after one man killed, and the beautiful game gets another red card. When passion for a sport turns deadly, it's not the ball that's out of bounds, it's humanity. Time for a serious timeout, folks.
When your digital therapist starts sounding like a poorly scripted horror film, it's time to question the tech industry's empathy algorithms.
SN benefits arrival uncertain. Communities scramble to fill gap with food pantries and local aid. When the system fails, it's the kindness of neighbors filling the void left by a government more focused on delay than delivery.
Trump awards massive federal contracts to ballroom donors, then critics cry corruption. When your dinner guest list looks like the who's who of federal contracts, it's less a party and more a procurement scandal.
Auburn fires Hugh Freeze after 5th loss in 6 games because nothing says rebuilding like a mid-season coach dump. In the SEC, it's not just the players on the field getting tackled. Sometimes it's the coaches' careers. Better luck next season, Hugh.
Trump claims cities are hellholes, then crime data tells a different story. Turns out reality has a habit of gate-crashing Trump's narrative, leaving his hellhole claims looking more like a hell of a tall tale.
India's exports to US fall 12%, yet overall trade climbs 6.7% in September. When Uncle Sam turns his back, India finds new friends, proving once again that necessity is the mother of reinvention in global trade.
Apparently, the true test of multiculturalism is whether you can spot a scam from 6,000 miles away while pretending to be welcoming.
Lily Allen drops first album in 7 years. Critics fixate on old scandals. In the age of digital gossip, it seems some folks would rather dig up skeletons than listen to the music. Who needs tunes when you can have tabloid drama?
Italian authorities launched manslaughter inquiry following workers' death in Rome Tower collapse. In the Eternal City, even ancient stones can't escape modern negligence, as human lives become collateral in the shadow of historic ruins.
Only 13% of YouTube comments appreciate Quasi's new track, and everyone else is stuck on the title. When White Devil drops, the internet's moral compass spins like it's on a caffeine high, proving once again that controversy sells better than creativity.
Tech stocks wobble after AI hype. Experts suggest defensive portfolios, like they're hawking medieval shields to fend off a dragon's sneeze. When your portfolio needs a suit of armor, maybe it's time to question if the market's more fantasy than future.
Trump's tariffs tanked US manufacturing for 8 months straight, and they still call it a winning strategy. Like watching a slow-motion car crash, we are left wondering if these tariffs are meant to protect American jobs or just give us all a reason to hate math.
When your beats can't beat the algorithm, sue the platform. After all, nothing says artistic integrity like a courtroom battle over digital plays.
FBI's Kash Patel spins Halloween terror plot. Lawyer claims it's as real as a pumpkin spice conspiracy. When your fear-mongering is less believable than a haunted hayride, maybe it's time to retire the ghost stories.
Slate's crossword clue asks, where do sharks and jets brawl? With the answer being Jim, it seems even crosswords are throwing shade at manufactured drama, whether on Broadway or in the news.
Orchestral EDM track Abomination by Loftonaut drops, claims to redefine genres. When classical meets electronic, expect a symphony of confusion and glow sticks. Who knew Beethoven needed a bass drop to stay relevant in 2025?
Soil microbes recall droughts, then boost plant resilience, defying climate change. Just imagine if politicians had memories like these microbes. Maybe they'd recall their promises and help us weather the storms they create.
German center-right chief faces fraud investigation, denies wrongdoing. When those who preach fiscal responsibility play fast and loose with funds, it's less about politics and more about perfecting the art of irony.
Berlin shuts Tegel Airport refugee shelter, plans luxury condos instead. From safe harbor to high-priced havens, Berlin's urban planning flips compassion into real estate profit faster than you can say humanitarian crisis.
Sting announces when your evolution is just a nostalgic echo.
Mazon resigns as Valencia leader, blames central government for 2024 flood failures. Drowning in criticism, Mazon throws in the towel, proving that in politics it's easier to find scapegoats than solutions.
Beyond Meat CEO Ethan Brown's property portfolio shrinks, while stock value drops from $240 to under $2. When your plant-based empire wilts, even the lettuce wrap loses its crunch.
Data guru claims Trump tracks down key elections, then watches GOP squirm. Turns out, when your political mascot doubles as an anchor, winning feels like swimming with concrete boots. Who knew?
Kimberly-Clark buys Tylenol owner Kenvue for $48 billion, creating a consumer staples colossus. Band-Aids and baby wipes unite in a corporate matrimony, promising billions in profits and a monopoly on your medicine cabinet. Capitalism's favorite power couple.
Russia denounces US military presence in Caribbean, backs Venezuela's regime against excessive force claims. When the pot calls the kettle black, even the Caribbean seas roll their eyes.
US urge to regulate crypto, Perianne Boring insists clarity. When the fox suggests guarding the hen house, rest assured, it's not for the hen's safety, but rather to ensure the foxes have a feast without interference.
Kazakhstan triples education funding, declares AI the new academic idol. From textbooks to tech overlords, the Kazakh classrooms now worship at the altar of artificial intelligence. Education's new holy trinity: code, cash, and cooperation.
China pressures UK university to abandon human rights research. Documents reveal academic capitulation. When education bows to intimidation, Orwell's ghost gets a new chapter to haunt.
US military strikes Caribbean vessel, 3 dead, called defense. When defending freedom involves striking boats, you might wonder if the real threat is floating or if someone just wants a bigger Navy budget.
Avanti West Coast blocks all lines. Derailed train turns Cumbria commute into a scenic standstill. Once again, the romance of rail travel meets the reality of rail. Passengers get an impromptu lakeside retreat, minus the relaxation.
Robots fold towels like toddlers, but it's the programmers who need a timeout. Maybe if the tech bros spent less time on NFTs and more on laundry, we'd have wrinkle-free results by now.
Patricia Arquette declares independence, prioritizing herself for the first time in her life, calling it really exciting. When self-care becomes a headline, the world's gone so mad that me time needs a press release.
Windows 10 Update misinforms users of end of life despite extended support. When your operating system gaslights you into thinking it's dead, you realize even tech giants can ghost you with a straight face and a buggy update.
Abigail Spanberger vows to save Virginia while the state drowns in political mudslinging. It's like promising to be the lifeboat on a sinking ship without mentioning the hole in the hull.
Millions face food insecurity as Congress bickers over budget, proving hunger is bipartisan. The government shutdown is like a diet plan for the masses, but only the poor are losing weight.
Astronomers spot cosmic bat in space, perfect Halloween timing. When the universe starts decorating for holidays, you know it's trying to outdo our earthly drama with celestial pageantry.
OPEC plans to pause oil hikes next quarter despite surplus forecasts. It's like promising to stop watering a drowning garden while still drenching it next week.
Internet could collapse due to fragile infrastructure, experts warn.
Only 20% of centrists support bold policies and pundits call it balanced. Centrism, where sitting on the fence is celebrated as a high-wire act of political acrobatics, but nobody's impressed when you fall.
Amazon Inc.'s $38 billion deal with OpenAI, markets erupt in AI frenzy. Looks like the stock market's new strategy involves betting big on robots to save us from our own financial roller coaster.
President Trump's approval rating plummets to 37%, lowest of second term. When a leader's popularity dips lower than a limbo champion's bar, it's time to question if the dance was ever worth the music.
Wall Street flips opinions on two CEO promotions, then claims market insight. The stock market, where insider promotions are like a coin toss, but with less certainty and more jargon to justify the gamble.
US stocks maintain stability since Liberation Day, but the economy is still playing a game of financial ping pong. While Wall Street's pretending to be Wimbledon, the rest of us are left wondering when the next economic racket will break.
In the music industry, breaking in is like trying to stay warm in a snowstorm with only a mixtape and a dream.
NFL season reaches halfway point with no dominant teams in sight. Parity might be the league's buzzword, but when every team is equally mediocre, it feels less like competition and more like a participation trophy parade.
China blames Netherlands for stalled next barrier talks.
and claims they're committed to cooperation. In the world of international diplomacy, cooperation often translates to do it our way or not at all, with a side of finger pointing for flavor.
Valencia President Carlos Mazon quits after flood fiasco, proving public opinion is still a force of nature.
Turkish court gives 11 life sentences for ski resort fire, but the mountain won't melt away the memories. In a land where justice is as slippery as ice, even life sentences can't thaw the chill of 78 lost souls.
Negotiating peace with a side of immunity sounds like asking for a free pass to hide your skeletons while the world watches, utterly perplexed.
Silicon Valley startup likely hit United Flight with balloon, not space debris, calling it an unexpected data collection. When your cutting-edge tech project turns into an impromptu game of sky bowling, maybe it's time to rethink your altitude or your aim.
Trump orders Defense Department to prepare for possible action in Nigeria because why not add another conflict to the chaos? When you've got a world stage, it's best to keep the drama high and the plot lines confusing. Who needs peace when you can have a sequel?
Hip-hop artist. Oxygen releases Trauma Bond, promising sharp lyricism and raw emotion, yet innovation feels overdue. When your sound claims to bridge boom bap with modern angst, make sure it doesn't just build a bridge to nostalgia's dead end.
Government shutdown hits 1 month, impacts tens of millions, and the spin is economic resilience. Nothing screams resilience like families choosing between rent and food, while politicians play a high-stakes game of chicken, pretending it's all part of the plan.
Drones bust Belgian military base for 3 nights. Officials claim it's just a coincidence. When your national defense is outsmarted by a remote-controlled toy, maybe it's time to rethink the budget allocation, or at least buy a net.
Joe Lieberman blocked the public option 15 years ago, and Democrats still can't stop tripping over their own shoelaces. Lieberman's legacy is like a ghost haunting the halls of Congress, reminding us that sometimes the scariest monsters are the ones we elect ourselves.
Proud Boys get Trump appointed judge for malicious prosecution case. Call it justice. When the fox guards the henhouse, don't be surprised if the chickens start disappearing, or in this case, the accountability.
Spotify allegedly ignored billions of bot streams boosting Drake, while real artists wonder if they're just stuck in a digital Groundhog Day. When your playlist is more bots than beats, it feels like the music industry is just playing a never-ending loop of "oops, we did it again."
Passengers endure stabbing on Cambridgeshire train. Authorities promise swift action.
When a train ride turns into a horror film, swift action feels like a cruel joke. Maybe trains should come with seatbelts and a therapist.
Heritage Foundation staffer quits over Nick Fuentes' debacle, citing moral bankruptcy. When your think tank starts resembling a reality TV show, maybe it's time to rethink the casting. Next season, who wants to be a politically correct millionaire?
Scientists simulate universe on laptop, claim it simplifies cosmic mysteries. When you can fit the cosmos on a laptop, the next frontier is figuring out why your coffee still spills during interstellar travel.
Louvre. Security use Louvre as their video password, proving even storied museums can have the digital savvy of a potato. When your password is just your name, it's like leaving the Mona Lisa under the care of a particularly forgetful goldfish.
Trump threatens armed intervention in Nigeria, claiming a crusade against terrorists for Christian salvation.
OpenAI's O3 scores 87% on ArgArgArgH test, yet investors claim AI still has real problems.
Only 30% of Australian teachers plan to stay until retirement, and the government calls it a temporary challenge. It's like trying to sail a ship with a third of the crew jumping overboard, while the captain insists it's just a light breeze.
U.S. general flexes air power, North Korea unimpressed. Nothing like a military parade to remind us that chest thumping is the universal language of diplomacy, where actions speak louder than peace talk.
ORSDA bans Scotian clamp recipients, claiming it ensures fairness.
European shelves display American beef, trade wars sizzle. The US whines louder than a toddler denied candy, but when it comes to beef, they're all too happy to play the export game.
Salman Rushdie claims zero PTSD symptoms post-attack, then attends public events with a smile. When your life's been a novel of controversy and courage, a little drama is just another chapter in the saga.
Apparently, even ancient stones are tired of carrying the weight of modern negligence. Maybe next time they'll hire a historian for structural support.
UK rail security boasts improvements, yet a mass stabbing on Doncaster London train leaves passengers in 15 minutes of terror. When promises of safety meet sharp realities, commuters are left wondering if the real journey is surviving the spin.
Israel arrests ex-army lawyer for leaking abuse video, then claims transparency. Because nothing says open and honest like slapping cuffs on the whistleblower while the real culprits enjoy their taxpayer-funded immunity.
Food safety tech promises breakthroughs, yet bacteriophage-loaded microneedle patches for pathogen decontamination sound more like sci-fi than salad prep. When your lettuce needs a high-tech jab to stay clean, it's time to question if you're fighting germs or just feeding the hype.
Trump holds tele-rallies for candidates, forgets their names. When your endorsements are as hollow as your memory, it's less a rally and more a telephone for political ambition.
Only 33% of Syrian farms have irrigation, and climate change is calling the shots on whether your crops live or die. When farmers are left to pray for rain, we're not just gambling with food, we're playing Russian roulette with survival.
Zoo closure left animals stranded. Rescue comes years too late. In the time it took to save them, we've had entire political careers rise and fall. Priorities, like animals, often left caged and forgotten.
Guardiola praises Haaland's humility, but the striker's paycheck still towers higher than most players' egos. Nothing says, "I'm just Erling," like a salary that could bankroll a small nation. Humble pie must taste different with a side of caviar.
Trump orders military to draft action plans, then cuts aid to Nigeria. It's like trying to cure a headache with a hammer. First you hit, then you take away the aspirin.
Trump planned National Guard deployments years ago, yet insists they're spontaneous. Like a magician claiming magic while pulling a rabbit from a pre-packed hat, Trump's surprise tactics are as fresh as yesterday's news.
Cell phone giants tout unlimited plans, hide fees, and fine print. Choosing a provider feels like picking a favorite flavor of deception. You might end up with a sour taste no matter how sweet the deal sounds.
Who knew that chasing sleep could lead you straight into the arms of a cardiologist? Sweet dreams indeed.
Ukraine battles for each block in Pokrovsk while a 170,000-strong force infiltrates relentlessly. It's a grim game of urban chess where every move is a struggle and the pieces are humans fighting for survival.
When the fox guards the henhouse, the chickens get a makeover, feathers dyed with the colors of convenient neutrality.
Trump's influence haunts state elections, casting doubt on democracy. Like an ominous spectre, his presence lingers, turning every ballot into a seance. Democracy's haunted house just got an unwanted guest.
In politics, winning hearts is easy. It's winning over the system that requires a revolutionary playbook and a touch of magic. Quantum light tech promises transformation, but keeps old barriers intact. Like a concert with no encore, the breakthrough teases potential without delivering, leaving us dancing on the edge of a scientific revolution that never quite arrives.
Gordon Ramsay's restaurants cut 200 jobs, then blamed the hospitality industry crisis. When the kitchen's too hot, even celebrity chefs toss staff like yesterday's leftovers, proving profit margins can be sharper than any chef's knife.
OpenAI Inc.'s $38 billion deal with Amazon calls it innovation. When two tech giants tango, innovation's the buzzword, but really it's just a high-stakes game of Monopoly with cloud computing as the prize.
Only 3% of voicemails make headlines, and GOP calls it a scandal. When politicians start playing the voicemail game, it's less about threats and more about who yells the loudest in the echo chamber of outrage.
HTR10 plus advanced launches at zero cost solves the soap opera effect.
Trump administration increases tariffs for the 8th time, calls it strategic.
Trump tweets against sending SN funds. White House ignores him. It's a classic case of the left hand not knowing what the right hand is tweeting. The White House continues its humanitarian aid groove while Trump rants into the void.
Trump demands Ilhan Omar leave the country, embracing his inner eviction notice. The president's version of "you're fired" extends to elected officials now. Who needs democracy when you can just deport your political opponents?
Redditor legitimate still 4456 unleashes Slipknot's metal rendition of MJ's Bad, calls it a tribute. Because nothing says homage to the king of pop like adding a few extra layers of screaming and shredding. Moonwalk into the mosh pit. Anyone?
Radiohead performs 38 songs, skips Creep, calls it nostalgia. Even in 2025, Radiohead knows the true art of suspense is never giving the people what they want. Fans left pondering, is it art or just trolling?
Only 6% of endangered tree species get rescued, and 2 horticulturalists call it a triumph. When your plan involves tying ropes together mid-abseil, you're either saving the planet or auditioning for the next action blockbuster. Who knew botany was so hardcore?
The New Yorker publishes climate cartoon, ignores oil ad next page. The New Yorker, where you can critique climate change and then seamlessly transition to a full-page spread brought to you by Big Oil. Irony is the new black.
Trump administration expedites cancer treatment for Dilbert creator, but ignores millions uninsured. Scott Adams gets the golden ticket to healthcare from the Trump administration, while the rest of America keeps searching for the chocolate bar. It's a cartoonish level of inequity.
California motorcyclist adds 4 victims to list, and justice system calls it progress. When the wheels of justice are slower than a high-speed chase, maybe it's time to rethink who's really in the driver's seat.
It's like leaving your front door wide open and then wondering why your house is full of raccoons. Time to lock up that code, folks.
Only 40% of Grammy nominees are pop, and the industry's calling it domination.
When amusement rides turn into thrillers, it's clear the only thing spinning faster than the wheel is the blame being passed around.
Only 30% of music fans know Burning Sensations, Pablo Picasso, and the rest think it's a museum exhibit. In a world where art and music blur, it's a wonder more people aren't mistaking their playlists for a gallery tour.
Job senators equate Tucker Carlson fandom with leftist anti-Semitism, proving logic isn't their strong suit. In the grand circus of politics, it's a bold act to juggle false equivalencies and expect applause from the audience.
UN's top court declares clean environment a human right, while corporate polluters plan their next BBQ. In a world where oil spills are seen as seasoning, the court's ruling might just be the garnish on a melting ice cap.
Detroit promises revitalization, yet families like Tatona Williams sleep in casino parking lots. While city leaders sip lattes discussing future skylines, real families are left playing high-stakes poker with their survival.
U.S. study finds memory issues in young adults surge, but they can't recall why. In a society obsessed with streaming and scrolling, the real mystery is whether we'll remember how to unplug before our minds short-circuit. Only 43% of Americans support Trump, while the rest wonder if they've wandered into a reality show gone horribly wrong. When the ratings drop, even the most seasoned showman might find his act cancelled by the very audience he sought to entertain.
Paramilitary forces seize El Fasher. Survivors reach Taylor with tales of horror. While the world shrugs, Sudan's people are left to clutch their shattered lives, piecing together hope from the ruins of indifference.
Goldman Sachs and Bank of America dismiss yen intervention, risk at 155 per dollar, hoping everyone's forgotten the last financial crisis. When the foxes guard the henhouse, it's no surprise they claim the coop's door is secure until feathers fly and the economy clucks in distress.
When your best defense is to play possum, maybe you've already been run over by the moral freight train.
Maine's Election Day promises to be as thrilling as watching paint dry, with voter turnout expected to rival a sleepy Sunday afternoon. When democracy feels like a rerun of last year's reality show, it's hard to tell if voters are casting ballots or just casting shadows.
Zoran Mandani leads NYC mayoral polls, leaving Cuomo and Sliwa trailing. Looks like New Yorkers are ready to swap out the old political guard for someone who didn't spend their last term in a scandal-induced spotlight.
Commonwealth Bank refuses refunds after charging excessive fees. When banks get awards for being shonky, it's like celebrating the fox for guarding the henhouse, honor among thieves, with a trophy to boot.
OpenAI launches Sora Android app at $0, promises revolution.
Finally, a way to carry existential dread in your pocket without the monthly subscription fee.
Dick Cheney, architect of the Iraq War, dies at 84, leaving behind a legacy as controversial as his favorite hunting trips. The man who once shot a friend while quail hunting now faces a different kind of reckoning, hopefully with fewer innocent bystanders.
Australia bans Reddit for under 16s, calls it protection. Because nothing says safe childhood like banning memes while ignoring climate catastrophe and soaring living costs.
Trump administration claims fully funding SNAP benefits threatens school lunches because who needs both food stamps and nutrition, right? It's a classic case of robbing PETA to pay the cafeteria, ensuring kids learn the fine art of choosing between hunger and hunger.
Train hero named after saving passengers receives a medal. Meanwhile, corporate CEOs continue receiving bonuses for saving their own skins, not passengers.
Microsoft fails to patch zero-day Windows vulnerability from 2017, now exploited alongside a critical flaw in widespread attacks. It's like leaving the front door open for 8 years and then wondering why the house is full of hackers. Who knew security could be this retro?
Spotify launches new hip-hop track, promises deep emotions but delivers cliches. Like a Hallmark card trying to rap, it's all heart but no soul. Maybe next time, less auto-tune and more authenticity?
Canadian government warns data can be seized by foreign courts, calls it a digital age reality. Seems like your secrets are just a passport stamp away from being someone else's entertainment.
Hooters founders revive old uniforms, claim it's a reboot for modern times. Because nothing screams innovation like dusting off the same old sexist stick. Nostalgia for short shorts, more like a desperate dive into the past.
Only 10% of New Yorkers afford lavish nights, and Wall Street calls it a vibrant economy. When the 1% parties, the rest of us get the hangover. It's trickle-down champagne dreams with a side of economic indigestion.
American homes cost over 5 times the average income, yet they're built on shaky foundations. Your house is a treasure chest and a time bomb, ready to explode your financial stability with every market hiccup.
Stink bugs cultivate fungi on their legs, claiming it's haute couture. When bugs start gardening on their limbs, it's time to question our own green thumb ambitions. Nature's runway just got a fungal twist, and we're all understudies.
UAE reportedly pays 50 million euros ransom to JNM jihadists, claims it's for peace. When cash is king, diplomacy becomes a pauper begging for security at the feet of extremists.
China's EV adoption slashes gasoline demand by 4%. As electric vehicles put the brakes on fossil fuel feasts, oil barons act like they've merely stubbed a toe on the road to oblivion.
Only 30% of football fans believe Neymar fulfilled his potential as heir to Ronaldo and Messi, and ESPN calls it a debate. When you are compared to legends, every missed goal is a footnote in a story of almosts and what-ifs.
Hamas returns 3 coffins claimed to hold Gaza hostages' remains. Israel braces for more heartache. In a macabre game of diplomatic ping-pong, human lives become the pawns, traded like grim collectibles in a conflict with no winners.
Smart rings now track 22 health metrics, but can't find your misplaced confidence. In 2025, your finger's a fitness guru, but it won't tell you why you still feel like a human sloth.
Supreme Court debates Trump tariffs legality. Prediction markets bet against rubber stamp approval. When justice wears a blindfold, it's hard to see who's pulling the strings, especially when the strings are attached to a golden parachute.
Only 40% of near-death survivors report visions, and YouTube calls it spiritual insight. When the afterlife is a black screen, I guess heaven's buffering, or maybe angels are on a coffee break.
Democrats pour millions into influencers, yet misunderstand the algorithmic abyss. While they hashtag their way to irrelevance, Trump tweets like a king, unchallenged by digital dinosaurs still lost in the dial-up age.
Only 20% of frontline workers receive mental health support, and governments call it sufficient. When the system treats trauma like a flat tire, it's no wonder the wheels keep falling off.
Australia mandates streaming giants spend 10% on local content, but calls it a landmark. When your cultural heritage depends on Netflix's accounting, it's like asking a fox to guard the kangaroo.
Barcelona expected to dominate Club Brugge, yet face an unbeaten home fortress. Club Brugge stands like a stubborn rock, while Barcelona must prove they're more than just political experiment.
Godzilla -Zero stomps into theaters 2026, but no one's asking why minus. When the monster's name sounds like a math problem, maybe it's time we subtract corporate cash grabs from creativity.
Because nothing says efficiency like spending $1 billion to make your stock price look better on paper.
Virginia's governor and egg races promise fireworks, yet the candidates keep dodging the pyrotechnics. With political theater more scripted than a daytime soap, it's a shame there's no award for Best Supporting Actor in a democracy.
Canadian Prime Minister told Ontario's Premier to pull anti-tariff ad, fearing it might upset Trump. When your neighbor's tantrums dictate your media strategy, you know diplomacy has become a high-stakes game of babysitting.
Netflix claims 40 best movies right now, drowning viewers in a deluge of choices. When a night of Netflix turns into a labyrinth of indecision, it's clear the algorithm is winning the plot twist.
It's clear the only real winner is hot air.
FBI warns criminals pose as ICE agents, urges real agents to identify themselves. When fake badges and real ones become indistinguishable, it's clear the system's as broken as a politician's promise.
Trump skips Supreme Court hearing on tariffs, claims victory elsewhere. When your absence is your best defense, it's like saying the dog ate your homework while you were the one who fed it to him.
Tiny defense firm. A. Promises. While egg dazzles investors with futuristic tech jargon, their financials remain as transparent as a black hole.
Trump threatens nuclear option for midterms as if democracy were a game of chicken. When your political strategy involves apocalyptic metaphors, maybe it's time to question if you're governing or just playing Godzilla.
California's Prop 50 lets Democrats bypass state rules, claiming it's a Trump countermeasure. When democracy becomes a game of political hopscotch, the rulebook is just a suggestion.
German government approves largest minimum wage increase, yet sanctions Riverdale recipients harder. While wages climb, the safety net tightens like a noose, leaving vulnerable folks gasping for air.
Israeli military kills over 100 in Gaza, calls it defensive action.
Only 10% of Reddit posts make sense, yet moderators call it community.
House Democrats predict end to shutdown, then extend vacation. When your best strategy is to wait it out on a beach, it's clear the people's business is just the sand in your toes.
Trump threatens military action in Nigeria, yet ignores domestic Christian woes. The irony here is thicker than the Bible Belt, as if foreign intervention is a substitute.
When the cauldron's boiling over, it's easier to blame the recipe than admit you lit the fire.
European labor unions push for action, then enjoy their lunch breaks. Solidarity is great, but if the revolution is only scheduled between coffee breaks, don't expect the oppressed to wait for your clock to strike freedom.
Montreal Impact signs Brock Gillard on loan. Vancouver releases Dijon. Trading players like Pokemon cards, gotta catch them all, but sometimes you just gotta let them go.
Russian police detain passenger for bad. Moving buses still dangerous. When private train dash is more threatening than a tank, in other words, the wars have escalated.
Apple markets privacy settings as revolutionary, yet profits from your data. Think of it like a magician revealing one trick while pocketing your watch with the other hand. Your privacy is just another rabbit in their hat.
Elon Musk receives Nicki Minaj's endorsement and fans are bewildered. It's like mixing glitter with rocket fuel. Sparkly, explosive. explosive and totally unpredictable. Who knew Mars needed a rap queen to colonize?
OpenAI and Amazon signed $38 billion deal. When tech giants swap billions like baseball cards, it's only a matter of time before they start trading our souls.
NZXT slapped for civil RICO suit, accused of peddling used hardware in PC Flex's alleged bait and switch scheme. When your rental PC is as reliable as a politician's promise, you know you've been flexed in all the wrong ways.
New York City polls open for mayoral race, but excitement's MIA. It's like a Broadway show with no stars, just understudies and a chorus line of tired promises. Wake me when the curtain falls or the pizza arrives.
Climate change unleashes deadly rivers in the sky as relentless rainfall drowns communities and denial remains the only dry land. When the heavens open and it's not a blessing but a deluge, maybe it's time to stop pretending we're not all wet.
Belgrade trusts Russian claims of EU conspiracy as student protests in Serbia hit the one-year mark with no clear resolution. When you can't beat the students, blame the West and call it a day, a classic move from the international playbook of denial.
Congress claims illegal migrants drain Snap and Wish, deflects from shutdown chaos. Blaming immigrants for budget woes is like blaming the band for a sinking Titanic. Maybe it's time to check who's steering the ship.
Only 20% of American voters check candidates' criminal records, and the rest call it a democratic oversight. When ignorance is bliss, democracy becomes a game of blindfolded darts. Hit or miss, it's all part of the spectacle.
Little Beaver releases Get Into the Party Life, revives 1974 groove in 2025. When nostalgia hits harder than a drum solo, even the digital age can't keep us from spinning vinyl dreams.
Only 30% of Reddit users find Black Grace 7 Roses compelling, and the thread calls it underrated. When a track's buried in the algorithmic graveyard, it's like an indie film in a blockbuster world, cult status or bust.
House Democrat accuses Trump's DOJ of hiding Epstein inquiry, calls it a gigantic cover-up. Nothing says justice like sweeping dirt under a rug woven from the finest threads of denial and distraction.
Bag's intent release Sungaze EP, call it dreamy, while fans call it sleepy. When your music's a lullaby for insomniacs, you might want to rethink the ambient to vocal journey, or just sell pillows instead.
Only 0% of Dark Temptation fansigns admit to understanding the lyrics, and the band calls it a mystical experience.
CBS claims 60 minutes of truth, then sells commercial breaks for corporate fairy tales. When your hard-hitting journalism is brought to you by the same folks selling you miracle creams, Maybe it's time to question what's really blowing up.
Typhoon Kaolegi kills 46, and climate change deniers call it a coincidence. When Mother Nature throws a tantrum, it's not just roofs and cars that get submerged. It's our so-called leaders' promises of action, drowning in denial.
Only 30% of parents discipline their kids, and siblings' laughter is apparently the new parenting strategy. If your family's idea of emotional support is a comedy roast at your expense, maybe it's time for a new audience, or a better script.
Trump's return triggers stock volatility, but AI rallies instead of promised stability. Turns out the real market bull isn't Trump, it's AI, which ironically shows more growth potential than the economic promises he tweets about at 3 a.m.
The White House bets on Supreme Court victory, but keeps a backup plan in its back pocket. When your main strategy relies on the whims of a court that sees justice as an optional accessory, maybe it's time to rethink your confidence game.
Typhoon slams the Philippines, killing 2, while a Himalayan avalanche claims 7. Mother Nature's latest double feature, a typhoon and an avalanche, reminding us that she's still the ultimate disruptor, no matter how many climate summits we hold.
Zoran Mandani wins NYC mayor's race, defying political gravity. Turns out, when you mix progressive policies with a dash of charisma, you can climb the electoral ladder faster than a Wall Street stockbroker spotting a loophole.
When democracy's guardians fear their own constituents, maybe it's not the protesters who should be re-evaluating their tactics.
Health insurance costs soar over 20%, but insurers call it market adjustment.
Politicians spend millions on meta ads attacking journalists, claiming it's just engagement strategy. When fact-checking becomes a contact sport and truth the ball, politicians are the ones buying the referees.
Wall Street CEOs predict stock pullback, then watch US stocks tumble. Listening to CEOs predicting market doom is like taking fashion advice from a fish. They swim in circles and hope you don't notice.
Belgium refuses to back €140 billion EU loan for Ukraine, risks IMF pulling the financial plug. When waffles hold up a war-torn economy, you'd better hope the syrup of solidarity doesn't run dry.
EU capitals demand Frontex expansion, then target drone threats. When the EU hands Frontex more power, it's like giving a toddler a chainsaw. Expect more noise, less precision, and a lot of unnecessary cutting.
Pennsylvania voters reject Republican bid to oust 3 Democrats from Supreme Court, signaling a shift in judicial power. When the gavel drops on GOP dreams, maybe it's time to reassess who's really holding the scales of justice.
Trump expresses sympathy for British royals after Prince Andrew loses titles, ignoring the scandal that led to his downfall. When empathy extends to the privileged,
Maybe it's time to ask why the silver spoon still gets polished after it tarnishes.
China resumes next barrier chip exports partially, then blames supply chains. The next barrier saga is like a bad soap opera. Tune in for the tech drama, stay for the geopolitical cliffhangers and the suspenseful supply chain blame game.
Man charged for threatening to kill President Trump online, while keyboard warriors everywhere continue their daily rage typing without consequence. In the digital age, a tweet can be mightier than the sword, but only if you wield it with a little more subtlety than a sledgehammer.
Trump threatens Nigeria with military action over alleged anti-Christian persecution, while he's still struggling to find the on switch for empathy. It's a bold move to police morality abroad when your own backyard is a circus of hypocrisy. But hey, why not add international saber rattling to the list of distractions?
China ends tax rebates for gold jewelers, promising a golden opportunity to lose money. When the lure of tax relief is yanked away, it's like finding out your gold-plated dreams were just a cheap alloy all along.
UPS plane crashes on takeoff, igniting fire, then cites weather. When the skies are clearer than a politician's promises, it's odd how weather always takes the fall. When the skies are
Georgian government likens protesters to Naruto's Akatsuki, proving they've confused political strategy with anime fan fiction. When your political critique relies on cartoon villains, maybe it's time to tune out the fantasy channel and face reality.
Gold clings to losses as dollar rises, then blames market mood. When gold gets the blues, it's not about the dollar, it's about the traders who think a shiny rock can outsmart global chaos.
Only 30% of parents plan estates for kids, while pets get the royal treatment with wills and trusts. When Fido's future is more secure than your firstborn's, it's time to question if we're breeding humans or just heirs to pet kingdoms.
Reddit user Zombie Jesus 1987 shares Children of Bodom's War Heart, then offers earplugs for the uninitiated. When melodic death metal sounds like a lullaby, you know your soul's already moshing in the pit of existential angst.
Ten richest Americans gain $700 billion, while the economy claims to be great again. As the rich dive into their Scrooge McDuck money vaults, the rest of America is left fishing for pennies in an empty wishing well.
Only 20% of college students complete research projects, and universities call it a success. In a world where Google is the new library, college kids are left crafting dissertations from Wikipedia while debt grows like a fungus.
NASA demands SpaceX and Blue Origin rush lunar lander plans by October 29th, despite Starship delays. Because nothing says giant leap for mankind like a frantic scramble to outpace China's space ambitions, while Elon and Bezos play cosmic monopoly.
Kim Kardashian blames ChatGPT for failing law tests as bar exam results approach. Because when in doubt, why not pin your legal fumbles on an AI? It's not like the Kardashians ever needed a scapegoat before.
Jennifer Lawrence avoids commenting on Trump, fearing it'll fan the flames tearing America apart. Because nothing says unity like silence, right? Meanwhile, the fire's already a bonfire and Trump's marshmallows are roasting nicely.
Only 10% of Portland's tech visitors attend meetings, but local bars report record sales. Seems like Portland's business strategy includes more craft beer than conference calls. Who knew networking required so many hops?
Researchers discover bank-bought wine arcade and delivery rat Android Trojan siphoning financial data, yet banks tout mobile security.
Lily Allen becomes a wayward nun in new album visual, cigarette in hand, claiming divine rebellion. When holy vows break, sometimes all that's left is a cigarette, a habit, and a hymn to self-liberation. Hallelujah, Lily.
When reality is rougher than a soundbite, sometimes you need a beat that hits like a revolution. Keep your ears open, folks.
Europol identifies 654 mercenaries, including Bosnians suspected of Ukraine war crimes. War crimes, the ultimate career move when you can't quite make it as a villain in a Bond movie. Who needs fictional evil when reality is this grotesque?
Offset's new track, Different Species, drops on YouTube, promising trap beats for the discerning ear.
Only 20% of Europeans feel their purchasing power is improving, and the EU calls it progress. In the land of shrinking paychecks and ballooning rents, the EU's version of progress is like calling a paper cut a minor inconvenience while you're bleeding out.
NC GOP spokesman urges reporter to drop article, citing Trump ties. When a truth becomes an endangered species, nothing screams integrity like a political party asking the press to play fetch for their master. The new transparency, it's crystal clear there's none.
Neuer Roth trains intensively for months, finishes just shy of podium. In the world of sports, you can pour sweat, sacrifice sleep, and still find yourself applauding someone else's medal. Turns out, the real endurance test is keeping your smile intact.
Big Peon releases Ride the Light claims it's open to interpretation. When a band says their song means something different to everyone, it's code for we couldn't decide what it was about either. The real mystery? How they managed to mix Britpop, indie, and classic rock into one track without causing a genre identity crisis.
Trump administration escalates ICE raids, calls it a promise kept. When your campaign slogan is Make America Great Again, apparently great means turning ICE into the nation's least wanted house guests. Nothing says progress like deporting families in the dead of night and calling it a political victory.
CBP agent testifies about sandwich attack, describes it like a culinary critique.
when your biggest concern is the aroma of onions and mustard, you've got to wonder if the real threat is lunchtime. Maybe next time they'll issue ketchup-proof vests to protect the nation's bravest from deli meats.
Russia launches nuclear torpedo-carrying submarine, dubs it a peacekeeper. Because nothing says, "We come in peace," like a floating arsenal ready to obliterate ocean life. Just another day in the geopolitics of overcompensation.
In the world of government, feeding families on time is a revolutionary act. Maybe next they'll invent a calendar.
Trump threatens to cut New York City's federal funds. Threatening to defund a city over an election result is like trying to win a chess game by flipping the board.
When the guy who predicted the housing crash starts putting on puts, you might want to check your parachute.
Hap Drop's live acoustic techno jam calls it revolutionary in a Dallas setup with Animal Party. When techno meets acoustic guitars, it's like watching a robot try to play folk music, unexpected but oddly captivating.